Bonjour, bonjour tout le monde. Vous m'entendez bien, non? Bonjour, bonjour. Nous sommes vraiment heureux aujourd'hui d'accueillir les participants et les intervenants à ce programme de formation sur les métiers bleus et les compétences nécessaires pour exercer les emplois d'avenir liés à la mer. Euh, J'accueille chaleureusement nos étudiants et nos jeunes professionnels qui nous avaient rejoints par le biais de deux projets qui nous sont chers ici à l'UPM, le réseau Homer et Blue Skills, dont je salue la présence à mes côtés via cette plateforme, Monsieur Léo Vincent et professeur Mounir Ribi. Tandis que Blue Skills crée des opportunités de carrière marine et maritime par le biais du développement de compétences et de la valorisation de la recherche, Homer favorise la mobilité de stage entre les pays méditerranéens. Blue Skills augmente l'employabilité dans les secteurs marins et maritimes à travers des programmes académiques de pointe. Homer cible des étudiants de haut niveau pour leur offrir des stages internationaux facilitant leur transition du milieu universitaire vers des postes qualifiés dans leur pays d'origine. C'est pour cela qu'à l'UPM, nous avons voulu mettre ces deux projets en dialogue pour offrir une formation pertinente sur les métiers bleus et les compétences qu'ils requièrent. L'Union pour la Méditerranée, institution intergouvernementale réunissant les États membres de l'Union européenne et les 15 pays du sud et de l'est de la Méditerranée, dont le but est de promouvoir le dialogue et la coopération, a en effet un mandat spécifique pour développer l'économie bleue et l'emploi dans notre région méditerranéenne. L'importance des industries marines et maritimes continuera de croître en Méditerranée. L'économie bleue est un moteur de développement humain et économique pour l'ensemble de la région. C'est ainsi que pour tirer pleinement parti du potentiel de ce secteur, une main-d'œuvre qualifiée et polyvalente, issue d'une grande variété de milieux professionnels, est de plus en plus nécessaire. La dernière déclaration ministérielle de l'UPM sur l'économie bleue durable, datant du mois de février de cette année 2021, réaffirme en effet la nécessité d'accorder la priorité à l'éducation, à la formation professionnelle et aux capacités scientifiques, y compris au transfert de technologies, pour anticiper les tendances technologiques transformatrices et promouvoir des transitions justes. Elle affirme aussi l'importance de travailler en étroite collaboration avec le secteur privé pour promouvoir l'innovation et identifier et traiter les compétences dont le secteur a besoin. Cet intérêt pour le potentiel des secteurs marins et maritimes en tant que source de croissance et d'emploi a été souligné également dans la déclaration de La Valette sur le renforcement de la coopération euro-méditerranéenne pour la recherche et l'innovation en 2017 et la déclaration ministérielle sur l'emploi et le travail. Cette déclaration ministérielle, bien sûr, le ministre de l'organisation de l'UPM en 2019. En vue d'aider cette transition du monde académique au monde du travail, le secrétariat de l'UPM a publié récemment un manuel intitulé « Renforcer le lien innovation-employabilité en Méditerranée ». Vous pouvez le télécharger sur notre site web et je vous recommande vivement de le consulter. Il donne de nombreuses informations utiles de manière très pédagogique. Aujourd'hui et demain, les participants à ce programme d'un jour et demi, issus d'un large éventail de formations académiques, seront introduits à des sujets pertinents pour une diversité de secteurs et de carrières. Aujourd'hui, on se penchera sur l'entrepreneuriat, les pépinières d'entreprise, les stratégies de spécialisation intelligente, l'innovation technologique pour une croissance bleue durable, de spécialisation durable, la circulation du talent et la création de partenariats. Tandis que demain sera présentée toute une série de projets concrets témoignant de bonnes pratiques. Les acquis d'apprentissage ciblés sont divers. On cible bien sûr la sensibilisation au domaine promouvant la croissance bleue en Méditerranée, la compréhension des outils existants soutenant les startups et l'incubation d'entreprises, la connaissance des opportunités de carrière marine et maritime, la sensibilisation au programme de mobilité et de stage entre les pays méditerranéens, la connaissance de programmes d'enseignement supérieur spécifiques axés sur l'économie bleue, une meilleure compréhension du potentiel de rentabilité économique des solutions sans déchets pour les entreprises. Permettez-moi également de remercier aujourd'hui nos valeureux intervenants qui vont assurer les 5 sessions thématiques au cours de ces 2 jours. Je vous souhaite donc que ces sessions de formation vous soient utiles, aussi bien à ceux qui nous suivent à travers la plateforme de visioconférence et qui pourront interagir à travers le chat, également à ceux qui nous accompagnent en streaming à travers notre canal de l'EPM. En vous remerciant tous pour votre intérêt, je passe la parole à M. Léo Vincent de Omer France, grand animateur du réseau Omer en Méditerranée. Merci à vous. Monsieur Léo, à vous la parole.
Merci, cher Itaf Ben Abdallah, cher Mounir Gribi, cher Maria et cher João, mesdames et messieurs. Je remercie très sincèrement l'Union pour la Méditerranée et tout particulièrement la division enseignement supérieur et recherche qui a pris cette initiative très importante dans le domaine de l'économie bleue, et je vous remercie d'avoir associé le programme Omer. Cette initiative est très importante en effet car elle concerne un secteur d'activité qui a un fort potentiel de développement dans notre bassin méditerranéen et qui est créateur d'emplois. La région méditerranéenne connaît une croissance démographique sans précédent menée par les pays de la rive sud. De nombreux chiffres circulent, mais selon des estimations de l'ONU, notre région comptera 70 millions de jeunes à la recherche d'un emploi d'ici 2030. Il est de notre devoir de faire tout notre possible pour offrir à la nouvelle génération la perspective d'une vie décente. Décente, ce qui signifie avant tout l'accès à l'éducation, aux services de santé, à la nourriture et l'accès à un emploi pour que chacun puisse vivre dans la dignité et pour que tous nos jeunes ne se sentent pas frustrés. L'accroissement de la population, le changement climatique, les troubles politiques auxquels il faut rajouter la crise économique, sanitaire et sociale que nous vivons augmentent la difficulté du défi à relever. Nous sommes nombreux dans les divers pays méditerranéens à avoir cet objectif d'améliorer l'employabilité de la jeunesse méditerranéenne. Et très curieusement, certains secteurs, comme l'économie bleue, ne paraissent pas être très attractifs pour nos jeunes. L'économie bleue ou économie verte de la mer est un élément fondamental pour relever ce défi de l'employabilité. Nous souhaitons y impliquer de façon durable la jeunesse méditerranéenne. Le défi à relever est très grand et nous devons toutes et tous nous coordonner pour mettre en synergie toutes nos actions de promotion. Je suis persuadé que l'atelier qui est proposé entre tout à fait dans cette volonté d'associer la jeunesse méditerranéenne grâce à la participation de 80 jeunes en interactif, plus tous ceux qui nous suivent sur la chaîne YouTube de l'UPM. Les métiers de la mer sont très variés et représentent un potentiel de croissance souvent inestimé. Le transport maritime, l'aquaculture, la pêche, le tourisme côtier, l'énergie océanique, les biotechnologies et bien d'autres secteurs sont des secteurs qui vont recruter massivement. Et ces secteurs vont être le siège d'innovation spectaculaire. L'appellation d'économie bleue concerne une démarche volontariste pour l'économie verte de la mer, c'est-à-dire une économie résolument engagée dans le respect de l'environnement, dans la prise en compte du changement climatique et dans la responsabilité sociétale. Et c'est très important, tout en conservant l'héritage culturel spécifique à notre région. La jeunesse méditerranéenne a besoin de croire en son futur, hors de toute la frustration liée au manque d'emploi. Elle a besoin de croire en le futur de notre région. Il faut lui faire découvrir les attentes du monde économique. Il faut lui faire découvrir que le monde économique a besoin de cette jeunesse dès à présent. Pour lui faire découvrir, le meilleur moyen, c'est la formation qui permette de s'intégrer dans les métiers de la mer résolument engagés pour une économie maritime durable. Espérons que le bilan que nous ferons demain de cet atelier nous montrera que nous y avons contribué. Je vous souhaite à toutes et à tous un bon atelier et une bonne journée. Merci. Je ne sais pas, c'est Mounir qui enchaîne maintenant. D'accord.
Merci Léo, merci beaucoup, merci Madame Aïtaf Ben Abdallah. Je vous remercie donc tous, et surtout l'Union pour le Méditerranée, pour nous donner cette opportunité aujourd'hui. Je suis Mounir Gribi, donc coordinateur du programme de l'économie bleue ici à OGS en Italie. Je suis aussi le coordinateur d'une initiative Dialogue 5+5. Si vous me permettez, je vais donc parler en anglais. J'attends l'OK. D'accord. Okay, so thank you very much for allowing us to be here. I'm very happy to be with partners working together with the Union for the Mediterranean. Thank you, Leo Vincent. Thank you, Madame Aïtaf Ben Abdallah. And I also would like to thank immediately people that they were working behind the curtains, people that they were working behind the scenes. And from the Union for the Mediterranean side, of course, we thank Joe for his support. And I also thank Maria Zanenghi and Giulia Masolini from OGS. Of course, today is an important event for us, for many reasons. One of them is we are here because of a program and the project that we have been implementing, thanks to the label also from the Union for the Mediterranean since now a couple of years, called Blue Skills. And the aim of this project is to, as also Leo was saying, to invest in youth and to boost innovation to feed the market. Which market? The market of the blue sector, which is the marine and maritime sector. Of course, youth, we need to invest in youth. There is also, I would like to each time to mention some of the proverb and some of the things that we used to say. African proverb, first of all, you cannot, if you want to go further, you can walk alone. You can walk alone, so you will go further and you will go fast. But if you want to walk strong, you need to work with others. This is one important thing that shows how important is international collaboration. For this reason, we are here today. And thanks to this collaboration, we would like to put on this training for youth, for young people, starting from some numbers. Youth employability in the Mediterranean. As I said since the beginning, I'm also coordinating, and I have the Secretary General here in OGS in Trieste, Italy, of the Dialogue 5+5 for research, innovation, and higher education. I have some numbers, so I will take the 5 countries of the Mediterranean, West Mediterranean, and particularly those on the northern part, just to show you also the importance of investing in young people. Youth unemployability rate in the Union, and particularly in Spain, is today 40.8%. These are numbers of the June 2020. In Italy is 27.6. In Portugal is 25.6. In France is 21.2% of youth today, they do not have job. And in Malta is 11.8. Just to, let's say, to have also a clear picture of the southern part, beside the economic situation in the southern part, we have a lot of instability. political instability that make also the situation not a clear and not good situation for investment. For these reasons, we need to invest in the education, higher education, and in people. And there is no better word without investing in individuals. For this, we start since now a couple of years working also with the Union for the Mediterranean on how we could bridge between the skills that we form, the people that we make available, with the labor market. And we cannot do that without putting in mind three main pillars, which are the government, which means governance, the academia and research institutions, and the industry. Only these three talking together, we could succeed to bridge this gap between the skills that we offer and the labor market. Of course, people are losing trust in their government, and we need to create again this trust. We need to help, because without this trust, people, they will not invest in some sectors of importance of any country around the Mediterranean. The academia is doing a big job. We know we have been working also now to transform to a digital transformation of the educational system. And we know why, because also of some crises like the recent one, the pandemic situation, where we didn't stop. We continue to work, and we wanted to help in transforming also the educational offer through the digital transformation. We have a lot of online courses, and this is also a good response from the academia and research institutions. The industry is there, but should be involved since the beginning. The industry is not just the place where you will put some of the students for internship or for job shadowing, or for the industry should be involved since the beginning around the table, because they will give some clues, some ideas on how we invest in people since the beginning. What is happening today is that we are, let's say, creating new unemployed people, unfortunately, with some, let's say, specific courses that they still have difficulties to produce, let's say, people that they will be employed. And this is the gap today. Of course, when we create new jobs, we will also have to discard it somehow, some jobs, but this is normal. This is somehow you complete the offer for skills. Just another number, 60% of children today, in 30 years, they do not know what they will become. So it's difficult to understand how the market will move and which profile we need to create to feed the jobs. For these reasons, and hopefully when we start speaking also with the Union for the Mediterranean and with my friend and colleague Leo Vincent, we try to, of course, in 2 days, which is very intensive, to cover some areas of interest. We, first of all, we think that it is important to see how the circulation, how the talent circulation could help in this process. It's an important aspect. We have problems, for example, that are related with bureaucracy. Of course, circulating from one shore to another shore is not easy because of the visa problem, and this is one of the problems that should be resolved at high level, that will let's say ease the circulation of talents. We are also, I'm very pleased also to say this, but because in many other countries we speak about the attraction and retention of talents. In the Mediterranean, and particularly in the European Union, we speak about the attraction and circulation of talents. And this is a good sign, and it's very important for us to understand this. It means that we want that people will move around the Mediterranean freely, and this is important also for people to grow. So the talent circulation is one of the topics that I found it also very important today to share with you. And it's also one of the program that we decided to put on in this training. The Smart Specialization Strategies is one of the programs that have been also, let's say, guided by, and here comes the governance, guided by the Union for the Mediterranean during these years because of the indication from the European Union. So many countries of the European Union, they were, of course, keen in this case to work on the smart specialization strategies, even at local level, what we call regional provinces and regions. Like, for example, in Italy, we have some regions that they have their own S3, the smart specialization strategies. This is important also to show how instruments could also work, or how you adapt some directives and some of the strategies that come from also international initiatives, like in this case, the European Union. And thanks also to the Union for the Mediterranean for that. So we would like also to extend this to the southern shore. The technological innovation and sustainable blue growth. Of course, the technology is walking faster than us. And what we were thinking about is to somehow to bridge between the technological innovation and the environmental sustainability in this case, because we have a lot of things that are coming out recently, thanks to also to the technological advancement. Try to imagine that nobody had the possibility to understand that jobs were created behind just one example, the smartphones and all the apps that have been created now. A lot of young people, a lot of startups, a lot of spin-offs are coming from this big business. So if we work on innovation, we will also help in the blue sector to have a lot of young people that they will be able to develop their own business. And this is important. And of course, we will go through the incubators and how you create new business. And this is also an important aspect. We want to help, at least to open the possibility for young people to understand what is going on in the market today of the blue economy sector. Just to conclude, and also I have been asked by the Secretariat of the Union for the Mediterranean, if you allow me, to tell you that we want that this event also be interactive. And thanks also Madame Aitaf Ben Abdallah, she asked, could you please also interact with the people, not just speaking to the screen? And in few days, we create an interactive way through a program. So we will send you Slido, which we will share with you at the end of each session, a link that you can access through the computer or through the smartphone. You will have questions. You will answer this through, of course, the participation through Zoom chat. It's simple. Participant will also browse and will have the questions and will respond, and we will show you immediately live the answers in one slide. This is important because we want also to know from you the feedback immediately after each of the presentations for each session. Thank you very much for that. And I will be here for, also I will moderate some of the session, and I will be here also providing support if needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Munir. We will pass, yes, now to the first session on business and incubators.
Thank you, Joao. Maybe as it is the first topics of this webinar, maybe we can ask Maria to give us some more details regarding Slido, or this will be useful for all the topics. Can you, Maria, explain now?
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, good morning. It's Maria from OGS Premises. I work under the direction of Munir Gribi, and we have been in charge of setting up the participatory approach through the Slido. And this Slido is an internet app. We will provide you in the chat the link, and you can connect through the link, and in order to access the questions and to give your answer in real time. At the same time, I will share the screen, and you will see the replies, you, the panelists, and all the participants, the replies and the answers in order to analyze in live. That's all. Just click on the link that we will provide on the run through the chat. There will be also a QR code. So if you use your mobile phone, your mobile devices, you can also connect through this QR code. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria, for this explanation. So it's the moderator, in fact, who will launch the questions. It can be at the end, like Munir says, but sometimes it might be in other moments during the session itself. It depends on the rhythm, and the moderator will provide you information about it. So welcome, Mohammed. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And very good morning. And first of all, to check whether you can all hear me well.
Yes.
Yes, you can hear me? Okay, good. So good morning again, and very pleased to be part of this event and of this panel particularly. And the title of the panel, as you know, is Business and Incubators. And I would like here at the outset to mention something because I understand that the target of this event also includes young professionals, young entrepreneurs, fresh graduates. So I would like to stress the fact that incubators and accelerators are not one homogeneous group of entities. They can be very different. So as you would know, they comprise a very broad spectrum of institutional architecture, of institutional structures that would range from ones that are anchored to academic institutions or universities, research centers, schools, also all the way to ones associated with not-for-profit organizations or venture capital entities or private sector companies to the end of the very long list. What they do have in common, all of them being business support organizations, is the scope and the scale of the services that they provide. So there's a menu of services that they provide and that are tailored to each particular setting or context. So regardless of the structure, they would be mainly focused on startups and seed companies, providing them with training services, management planning training, help with mentoring on different issues, capacity building, sometimes even offering space, helping them to pitch for their project, helping them to forge meaningful partnerships, to design a conducive business model, to the end of the very long list. Now, incubators and other business support organizations form an integral part of the ecosystem of Blue Economy. And this applies, of course, to other sectors as well. And their proper functioning is crucial. It's crucial to a conducive and an enabling environment, especially in the wake of the current pandemic crisis, which left no stone unturned. So the question, of course, is what are the trends currently? How can the incubators adapt to these trends? What are the key challenges? What are some of the opportunities here? And I would like to start with a quote from a speech by James Alex Mitchell, the former president of Seychelles. And you would wonder why Seychelles? Well, because it so happened that he has been very actively engaged in promoting Blue Economy, and he's actually the author of a very important book called Rethinking the Oceans. So in a 2016 speech, he said, the success of Blue Economy will depend on unleashing a new generation of entrepreneurs who can match the impact of the likes of Bill Gates and Steve Jobs? Can we anticipate individuals who can do the same for the blue economy, creating a global transformation in our use of the sea? Well, part of the answer, no doubt, passes through incubators and other business support organizations that, as I said, form part and parcel of this ecosystem. So let me first start by recognizing some facts, some trends. So exactly a decade ago, the concept of blue economy was particularly and practically unheard of to the vast majority of people. And those who eventually would recognize it did so because of a book by Gunter Pauli back in 2014 called Blue Economy. And it was not blue economy in the sense of maritime economy. It was meant as green economy 2.0. So instead of recycling, you upcycle. Instead of minimizing waste, you eliminate waste, to the end of the list. Much things have changed ever since. And now we see a growing interest and a growing use of such terms as blue sustainability or gross marine product. Like always, mobilization in general is more assured when there is a price tag flashed. No? So this price tag, however, is not only on the profit curves or the revenue yields, but also on the return on investment in sustainability, on environmental goods and services. To quantify a little bit the economic value that I'm talking about, and here I'm quoting the WWF. So the value of the total ocean asset base of the Mediterranean Sea is estimated at $5.6 trillion. Of all the blue economy sectors, tourism, and you would find it logical, is the #1 contributor to the region's economies, contributing around 11% of the Mediterranean's countries' gross domestic product and employing 16% of the Mediterranean population, whether directly or indirectly through supporting sectors and segments. But we've always been taught to think about economic development in terms of gross domestic product. But we are blessed in this part of the world, in the Mediterranean region, and the mindset must shift. We must now think in terms of GMP, not GDP, gross marine product. And it so happened that the gross marine product of the Mediterranean is estimated at $450 billion, $450 billion annually, every year, which constitutes around 20% of the world's gross marine product. And this is incredible for a sea that accounts for less than 1% of the total ocean area or total water surface of the planet. Now, following the humanitarian and economic disruptions provoked by the current COVID-19 pandemic, the case for a low carbon transition, for a green transition, becomes as evident as Archimedes. It becomes a matter of fact. Building back resilience in a smart and inclusive and responsible way calls for more than just a green recovery. Now, as you know, in the wake of the pandemic, the whole world is now awakening to very harsh realities, socio-economic realities and humanitarian realities. So now we realize that industries would have to be reformed, restructured, or removed altogether. And the World Economic Forum tells us that the winners in the post-pandemic economy would be companies combining agility with flexibility. So on one hand, agility to be flexible and competitive in the market and to be proactive and also reactive when it takes, but also the ability to withstand economic tremor and a rapidly shifting landscape. Now, digitalization and investing in new technologies is no longer a matter of choice, it becomes a matter of fact in this new phase. So it has become clear also that the economic impact of the crisis is uneven between and within regions and sub-regions. So countries and regions that were heavily dependent on Chinese-led global supply chains were hit harder than others. And this caused a serious shift in the mindset. Now everyone is talking about proximization, and blue economy stands to benefit massively of such a reconfiguration of global value chains and supply chains. And this reconfiguration is being studied for very obvious economic and security reasons in the wake of the pandemic. And it's a massive opportunity, not only for the blue economy, but for other sectors and for regional integration at large. We're talking about opportunities of nearshoring, not just reshoring. So nearshoring and proximization of value chains, creating new synergies and complementarities between North and the South and within these sub-regions as well. Now, proximization holds keys not only for economic security, but for a consolidated cooperation and collaboration between the constituent countries of the region. The blue economy stands to benefit, as I mentioned, because this will have very serious repercussions on maritime routes, on infrastructure in the maritime sector, among other segments in the sector. However, in addition to conventional, or let me put it that way, in addition to the conventional segments of the sector, so in addition to blue tourism, to blue energy, to fisheries, to maritime transport, other notions and concepts and nexuses are on the rise. And again, they offer opportunities for those who stand well equipped to untap the potential. And I'm talking about such notions as blue economy diplomacy and blue tech, among other things. Now, for the blue economy players to benefit fully from such opportunities, they have to first tackle several business challenges, of course. Access to finance and market information, one of the most heavily cited factors or challenges or impediments. Also the digital disruption, but also the skills gap, which is a very important and determinant factor. Now, the business support organizations are probably among the most important parts of the answer to this challenge. So through supporting the creation and the early development and the initial scaling of new business ventures targeted at key specific segments of the blue economy, they offer an answer and they stand there as a key player in further creating a conducive ecosystem that would yield tangible results on the ground. Much has been said and written about skills for the future. And I speak here under the authority of colleagues from the European Training Foundation, OECD, ILO, UNIDO. But all the gurus seem to agree on a set of skills. So instead of reinventing the wheels, let me boil down all these talks into 6 key skills. They will be of paramount importance for blue skill careers in the region. Some of them are soft skills, so I'm talking here flexibility, creativity, innovation, the ability to think out of the box, critical thinking. I'm talking about entrepreneurial resilience, understanding and accepting that chances are the first venture would fail, and that failure for an entrepreneur is part of the learning process. 90-something% of all the new enterprises fail on the first attempt, maybe even on the second attempt, but it's part and parcel of the learning process and building resilience. If we talk about hard skills, well, data literacy becomes very important in the aftermath of the 4th industrial revolution, digital and coding skills, project management skills. But here I have a piece of advice for the younger professionals. If you stop developing your career, your skills, you are condemning your entire career to be like a door that cannot be opened beyond a certain point. So keep investing in yourself, try to capture the opportunities, and don't be limited by the current economic realities. The Secretariat of the Union for the Mediterranean, of course, has been actively engaged in promoting the blue economy in the region, as already mentioned, and I know my colleagues will further elaborate on this. But I just wanted to highlight that the combination of our working methodology, our convening power, and our multi-stakeholder approach puts us in a privileged position to broker solutions and to bring together the stakeholders and build consensus on sectoral regional agendas. I would like to end with a quote by the very famous cosmologist Carl Sagan. He said, "We make our world significant by the courage of our questions and the depth of our answers. And the current crisis gives us a perfect chance to pause, reflect, and ask ourselves the important questions. Where do we go from here? Are we responsible enough to assume all the package of sustainability? Do we really want to deliver not only economic, but also social and cultural and environmental goods and services back to our community? I think, I hope we have the courage to provide meaningful answers, and I think this is where the beam of the scales is to be found. I know I'm the first speaker in the panel and that there are two other very esteemed and prominent speakers, so I don't want to cannibalize their time really, so I will leave it here. Thank you very much for your attention, and over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much for your fascinating introduction for this workshop. You already asked a lot of questions, very important questions we will discuss later on. I think that we will listen to the three speakers and then we will open the debate after. So now I will give the floor to Salvatore Toro, professor at the Università di Trieste. So, prego, Salvatore.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Léon. Now, I just want to share the screen. Just one moment, please. Oh my God. What is it? I have some trouble with the screen, but. Oh. Okay, just one moment because I have just a small trouble with the screen. Okay, maybe now I can. Do you see it?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, fantastic.
Merci.
Okay, now I switch in presentation and then we can start. Okay, but is a full screen now, yeah? Okay. Do you hear me? Yes? Perfect. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry for for this situation. Okay. I like to start my pitch with two quotes. The first is a quote of Leonardo da Vinci that reminds us that when we start with a new challenge, we must know that resilience and anti-fragility are two indispensable qualities. We must resist failure and not lose heart, learning from mistakes. And I think that for all the guys is one of is an important recommendation. And the second one is a quote, is a Bob Dylan's quote that reminds us that we must be open to the change and we have to know how to adapt ourselves to every single situation. Being resilient and adapting to change is essential for those who want to grow in life. And also in this, I think also in this period, in this pandemic period, where we can say that the time is long and short at the same time. And then we have to know how to move in this crazy world, I think. Now, I think that entrepreneurship is becoming an increasingly attractive employment option, not only among highly skilled and experienced persons, but also among young people, like university graduates. This is evidenced first by the growing number of students who are looking at entrepreneurship as a realistic career option, with numerous examples of students who create their venture during university studies. In this talk, we will discuss about the tools made available by university and incubators. I say first, I speak also for the university side to encourage student and entrepreneurship, and how they will provide areas for innovative teaching and co-working and making corner for prototype development, provide consultancy on topics such as the strategic management of intellectual property, business planning, and open innovation. These help in the creation of the innovative business, in building up and managing intellectual property and acquiring skills and operational know-how to use for internship in the employment markets. One of the tools we have at our disposal is the Master in Business Administration, or EMBA. The EMBA is an international recognized degree designed to develop the skill required for careers in business and in management. The value of EMBA, however, is not limited strictly to the business world. An EMBA can also be useful for those pursuing a managerial career in the public sector, government, private industries, and other areas. Most EMBA programs include a core curriculum of subjects such as accounting, economic marketing, and operations, as well as elective courses that allow participants to follow their own personal, professional interest. Some schools require that EMBA candidates complete an internship at a company or organization, which can lead to concrete job opportunities after the program. The EMBA model is now widespread all over the world. There are excellent business schools in UK, USA, but also in Italy, Spain, Portugal. As we have seen, this method is based on providing the necessary business skill. The model that I propose today is different, is an evolution of the EMBA model. In fact, the SILAB model that I will present later, in particular, that of the University of Trieste, is closely related business skill to the scientific research that is normally done in a university, allowing a double validation of idea, both from economic and scientific point of view. The concept of the SILAB of University of Trieste was studied and created not taking an existent format, but doing it in a tailored way, considering all the characteristics of the university, of our university, my university, the University of Trieste, and of my territory. We went to visit important realities that gave us inspiration. We left in 2014 with a visit to Israel and saw them Startau, among other things. Startau is an incubator of the Tel Aviv University, which in addition to incubation program, has set itself to goal of building a community. And I add, when you do business, you have to do in ethics and aesthetics. We must make profit, but ethically, I think. And the Tel Aviv University Startau was the starting point, because later we went to California and we visit Rocket Space, and also we visit Google to see how they work inside, how they develop the product. And then we go to Oxentia. It was called, at this time was called HISIS Innovation. Oxentia is the technology transfer office of the University of Oxford. And we stay there 1 week. And also we went to the University of Houston. And also there we know how we can mix, how we can make a cross-fertilization between research and industry. For example, in the University of Houston, there is a particular incubator that mix perfectly energy and firms that work in the energy field and the research in the new form of energy. In particular, the SILAB project launched by the Ministry of the Higher Education constitutes a place of opportunities where to develop a project and where to grow on a professional level, thanks to a combination of experience and intersection of different disciplines. The SILAB is a setup like an aggregator of innovative teaching programs and support service for the creation of a new business. This new container will provide areas for innovative teaching and co-working and making corner for prototype development. In addition to the co-working, provide to all the students of University of Trieste a mentoring service and access to thematic seminar, as well as internship and training events. The SILAB provide consultancy on topics such as strategic management of intellectual property, business planning, and open innovation. This helps in the creation of innovative business model and business planning, in building up and managing intellectual property. Okay. The Contamination Lab is a fully flagged interdisciplinary study, work at innovation group, the expert teaching staff and the student in a group create a functional interdependence which exploits and complete their various specific skills and seeks to realize a common aim. Briefly, is a meeting pot of a different element, training and mentoring, learning by doing, making a co-working. PhD, first and second level degree can work together. The SILAB represents, this is the first stream, the SILAB represents a unique opportunity for students to attend innovative course aimed to provide managing entrepreneurial skill, work in a devoted and exclusive shared co-working space, be assisted by mentors who will support their ideas and help them in their professional growth by catalyzing transversal knowledge, get support in order to create their innovative enterprise and to launch the startup phase of their future business. Take advantage of innovative tools as a 3D printer and learn how to handle with the essential toolbox of the new millennium. Every year, 30 students enrolled at the University of Trieste have the unique opportunity to work for 1 year on their project side by side with business plan expert, open innovation specialist, and entrepreneurial strategist. In ex-military hospital, an ancient building which has been completely renewed and is now guest house of the University of Trieste, offered devoted space and facilities to host the student. Moreover, besides the co-working activity, especially addressed to the selected student, the Contamination Lab, the SILAB, offers to all students specific seminaries, job placement events, and training courses. In our space, in addition to business development activities, we all meeting concerning politics, For example, in the first photo, we can see the Vice President of Italian Chamber of Deputies and a regional councillor. In the second, we can see Lino Guanciale, a famous Italian actor. In the third, the visit of Minister of the Republic of North Macedonia. In the fourth photo, the president of one of important Italian pooling companies. And finally, the presentation of SEALAB aboard of Nave Vespucci. All this activity is also possible thanks to the network that we have been able to build over this year. Like I say, first time we have we have a close link to Israel, but also to Turkey. We have a strictly a close relation with the Aydin University of Istanbul, and last year we went to Eure, an important meeting of Euro-Asian University in that is in Istanbul. And we have also a close relation with Spain, for example, with the Young Entrepreneurship of Madrid, and also in Google for Startup that is in Madrid. We have also close relation with Berlin and the Free University of Berlin, and also with Vienna, with the X Accelerate, and with a lot of investors in the Bio Valley of Vienna. With Ljubljana, with the ABC Accelerator, Trieste is very close to Ljubljana. We have a good relationship with him. And in 2018, we went to CES de Las Vegas with a startup, with the University of Trieste startup. And also every year we go to Premio Nazionale dell'Innovazione, that is the final part of the business plan of the Italian business plan competition. And last year we went to Catania with three startups that we have developed in Trieste. And now I take only 3 minutes to explain a project that we are developing now also in the SEALAB and with Enactus, that is an international association for social entrepreneurship, that is called Seaside. The name of the project recalls two concepts: standing for the sea and standing next to the sea. With this project, we want to try to solve the problem of the plastic in the sea, using two different strategies. First one is understand where you can find the plastic cluster, for example, with the help of OGS or other center of research. And then we want to involve the fishermen to take this part with a win-win operation. The second stream is to sensitize the citizen to virtuous behavior involving school and also the municipality of Trieste. Now I finish my presentation. We have another presentation, and then thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Grazie mille, dottore Salvatore. I think you succeed in associating Leonardo da Vinci and Bob Dylan. Wonderful. But the only who won the Nobel Prize is Bob Dylan, not Leonardo. So thank you so much. I think this will open discussion later on. And now I will give the floor to André Durbeck from the CCEF, the advisor of external trade for France. André, c'est à toi.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais parler en français si vous le voulez bien. Et j'espère que vous m'entendez et que vous voyez le partage de mon écran.
Très bien, très bien.
Bien, Président Léo Vincent, merci beaucoup d'avoir associé la parole d'entrepreneur dans ce panel très complet. Et je voudrais donc me présenter très brièvement. Donc, quand je dis la parole de l'entrepreneur et de l'entreprise, et pour dissiper tout malentendu, je veux dire mon profond respect pour le secteur institutionnel et académique. Et je suis moi-même docteur d'université de l'Institut franco-allemand de recherche en environnement de Karlsruhe et de Strasbourg. Je suis mécanicien des fluides et après 10 années de recherche en environnement, j'ai dédié ma carrière au secteur privé par la création d'entreprises. J'ai le privilège aujourd'hui de présider le comité régional des conseillers du commerce extérieur de la France. Donc, je vais modestement m'appuyer sur les contributions de mes collègues conseillers du commerce extérieur pour vous donner notre vision. Et je dis bien modestement parce qu'elle se veut internationale, cette vision, mais elle est volontairement focalisée au travers du prisme des entrepreneurs. Alors nous sommes qui sommes-nous? C'est un des sujets que je vais rapidement développer. Qui sommes-nous et où sommes-nous? Où trouver les conseillers du commerce extérieur de la France dans le monde? Je résumerai ensuite notre vision d'entrepreneur, des réalités et des perspectives de cette économie bleue, qui est le grand thème de ce colloque et de cette formation. Je donnerai ensuite 4 exemples très concrets, pragmatiques, d'initiatives collectives françaises, puisque en tant que conseiller des commerces extérieurs de la France, je mets aussi en termes d'attractivité de savoir-faire français, mais les Français sont évidemment très collaborants. Et je tenterai une conclusion qui, vous le verrez, sera teintée d'optimisme, puisque nous parlons à notre jeunesse, et notre jeunesse doit rester sereine, agile, comme l'a dit tout à l'heure Mohamed El Raza, mais il faut qu'elle ait confiance dans l'avenir parce que nous sommes à une période charnière qui est pleine d'opportunités si nous savons les saisir ensemble, ces opportunités. Alors, qui sommes-nous? Les conseillers du commerce extérieur. Un conseiller, j'en suis un, il y en a d'autres qui nous écoutent aujourd'hui, je sais, il y en a d'autres qui interviendront. C'est avant tout un entrepreneur, et un entrepreneur qui a une expérience internationale reconnue et qui est actif à l'export au moment où il est conseiller du commerce extérieur de la France. Donc nous sommes nommés par le Premier ministre de la France pour un mandat de 3 ans qui reconnaît, disons-le, une expérience internationale. Nous sommes des bénévoles en tant que conseiller du commerce extérieur. Je suis moi-même entrepreneur, je dirige plusieurs entreprises, mais lorsque j'ai ma casquette de conseiller du commerce extérieur ou que je porte ce petit symbole que vous voyez peut-être ici de CCE, je suis bénévole et j'apporte donc du temps selon 4 engagements qui définissent nos missions. Le premier, c'est celui de l'appui aux entreprises. L'appui aux entreprises, le mot a été dit tout à l'heure, est proche du mentorat. Donc nous donnons du temps pour challenger soit des jeunes entrepreneurs primo-exportateurs, soit des entrepreneurs aguerris qui souhaitent aller vers de nouveaux produits ou vers de nouvelles zones géographiques. Et nous allons leur donner du temps pour challenger leur business plan, pour être un petit peu leur miroir, peer-to-peer, sans filtre, un entrepreneur qui parle à un autre entrepreneur sans considération institutionnelle ou autre. Ensuite, nous avons une mission d'attractivité du territoire. Nous sommes français, donc quelque part, nous mettons en valeur le savoir-faire français en général et les atouts du territoire français pour accueillir des entreprises, pour accueillir aussi des clusters, des incubateurs. Autre raison de notre présence aujourd'hui, c'est la formation. Nous intervenons dans des établissements de formation supérieure en général, spécialisés dans des formations de commerce international, donc pas sur des formations, pas nécessairement sur des formations techniques, mais sur des formations au savoir-faire de la vente à l'export, import et export. Nous avons par exemple, bon, pour citer quelques noms, une convention de accompagnement de Kedge Business School, de l'Institut d'administration des entreprises, de plusieurs universités françaises qui elles-mêmes sont en relation avec des réseaux internationaux. Léo, qui a présidé le réseau des écoles d'ingénieurs, c'est de quoi on parle en matière de coopération internationale et de collaboration académique. La dernière mission, ce n'est pas la moindre, c'est celle du conseil à nos pouvoirs publics, où en tant qu'entrepreneur, c'est-à-dire observant et vivant sur le terrain des réglementations, des facilitations financières, des difficultés douanières, etc., eh bien, nous sommes très bien placés pour faire partie de ce qu'on appelle la diplomatie économique, pour faire remonter, comme on dit, et insister sur des moyens d'améliorer un dispositif institutionnel international, cette fois-ci, pour faciliter les échanges et les dernières réformes sur le financement de l'innovation et parlons-en dans la crise que nous traversons et dont on espère qu'on est bientôt à la fin, les fameux plans de relance. Les plans de relance internationaux qui ont été définis et qui sont mis en œuvre par les États dans le monde entier sont, en tout cas pour la contribution de la France, alimentés par énormément de séances de travail avec les conseillers du commerce extérieur. Alors, nous ne sommes pas seuls au monde, mais je veux insister sur ce que nous pouvons apporter d'original dans la démarche collective de la création de valeur économique et sociale. Alors, où sommes-nous? Nous sommes quasiment dans le monde entier, puisque nous sommes présents dans 140 pays, et nous sommes 4500 conseillers. Pour élaborer la vision dont je vais vous parler rapidement, nous avons réuni à Nice, donc dans notre région, la région où je suis, ici, près de Marseille, nous avons réuni des comités des conseillers du commerce extérieur de toute la zone Euroméditerranée, donc 14 comités qui représentent 500 conseillers du commerce extérieur, donc 500 entrepreneurs. Alors, où sommes-nous un peu plus précisément? Je ne détaille pas la carte, mais vous voyez qu'on a une bonne représentativité sur les pays du pourtour méditerranéen. Je pondère le chiffre important de 1400 en France pour le ramener plutôt à 200 pour les deux régions qui sont riveraines de la Méditerranée. Ce qui veut dire que les étudiants, les jeunes diplômés qui nous écoutent aujourd'hui, et également vous, académiques et institutionnels, pouvez compter sur la contribution d'environ 500 entrepreneurs qui vivent l'entreprise, qui vivent l'innovation au quotidien dans l'ensemble des pays qui sont représentés ici. Alors, un résumé des résultats de cette grande rencontre des CCE de la zone Euroméditerranée a été donc de mettre en avant le fait que cette zone euroméditerranéenne est au cœur de nouvelles opportunités qui ont été soulignées par les intervenants précédents, avec notamment des défis écologiques et climatiques majeurs qu'il va falloir adresser et qu'il faut savoir adresser par l'innovation et par le passage à l'acte, c'est-à-dire le transfert de l'acte d'innover à l'acte d'entreprendre et de produire. Un arsenal, je dirais, phénoménal de nouvelles technologies et de nouveaux métiers, où on va parler du digital et du numérique évidemment, qui doit servir une jeunesse qui se trouve aujourd'hui parfois et très souvent et trop souvent dans une proximité urbaine galopante, Et on doit également adresser des sujets géostratégiques comme la relocalisation dans la zone euro-africaine au sens large de moyens de production, de valorisation de nos ressources agricoles pour simplement exister et peser entre les deux blocs asiatiques d'une part et américains d'autre part. Alors, dans les conclusions de nos travaux, nous avons listé les filières porteuses pour la création d'emplois et la création de valeur. Alors, vous voyez que les métiers de la mer, on va dire l'économie bleue, semblent être une des filières parmi d'autres. Et en fait, c'est une filière qui est éminemment transversale, puisqu'on ne parlera pas d'économie bleue sans parler de technologie de l'information, ou sans parler d'industrie, ou sans parler d'économie circulaire, etc., etc. Donc cette typologie des filières porteuses, elle est un peu trompeuse aussi, puisque pour nous, nous considérons que l'économie bleue est une des filières les plus transversales qui soit. Alors ce mois de février dernier, nous avons réuni avec les experts maritimes, du cluster maritime français, tout ce qui existe en termes de vision politique, d'innovation académique et entrepreneuriale, pour définir la stratégie de ce qu'on appelle le pôle mer, qui est un pôle de compétitivité. On est ici aussi pour parler d'incubation et de démarches collectives. Donc, le pôle mer Méditerranée a orienté sa stratégie d'aide aux entreprises et aux universitaires pour créer de la valeur par l'innovation selon 3 axes. Donc un axe écologique, un axe numérique et un axe industriel robotique. Je n'entre pas dans le détail, ces choses-là sont évidemment accessibles, mais je voudrais insister sur le fait que le pôle Méditerranée, par la mise en commun des attentes politiques, donc des collectivités territoriales, des savoir-faire académiques et des demandes des entreprises, ont permis de financer plus de 350 projets pour un montant cumulé de recherche et développement de plus de 800 millions d'euros. Donc ça pèse, c'est quelque chose de lourd et de structurant pour l'économie, et pas seulement l'économie française, mais l'économie internationale, l'économie méditerranéenne. Dans l'innovation, évidemment, la stratégie de miser sur la digitalisation et la décarbonation est retenue pour répondre à ces fameux défis climatiques dont nous parlions. Donc, 4 feuilles de route sont définies. Vous les avez ici, Smart Ship, Green Ship, Smart Yard et Smart Offshore Industries. Et l'ensemble de l'écosystème de l'économie bleue travaille donc de concert et collectivement pour un effort donc nécessaire qui était estimé à 1,5 milliard d'euros sur 5 ans, donc 2021-2025. Nous démarrons ces nouveaux programmes et l'ambition est de créer jusqu'à 15 000 nouveaux emplois. Là, je pense qu'on est sur quelque chose de très concret, très pragmatique pour la jeunesse qui nous écoute aujourd'hui et que je ne peux qu'engager, qu'encourager vers cette économie bleue. Un autre exemple d'initiative française, donc c'est ce qu'on appelle France PCS, qui démontre le grand intérêt de la digitalisation au cœur de l'écosystème maritime. Donc, quelques acteurs de l'économie maritime ont créé ce PCS, donc Ports Community Systems, dont je détaille les 4 principaux axes. Développer la traçabilité de la marchandise door-to-door, faire des analyses prédictives pour la prévision du trafic à venir, et vous voyez que toute la filière en bénéficie. Troisièmement, rendre l'information accessible aux usagers du maritime et du transit par une connexion accrue des infrastructures et des flux de données, y compris environnementales, accessibles en temps réel. Et le dernier point, très important aussi, c'est la sécurisation des infrastructures maritimo-portuaires. On assiste, pour faire un petit point sur l'évolution de cette tendance et de cette évidence de la nécessité du digital et d'aller vers le digital, on a assisté dans les 40 dernières années à l'explosion de ce besoin de souplesse aussi dans l'accès aux données, où les premières intentions allaient vers l'augmentation des volumes, c'était les ports de deuxième génération. Ensuite, on s'est intéressé à la véracité, c'est-à-dire à la vérification des informations, la vérification des données, à la création de valeur grâce à cette confiance dans la donnée. Et ensuite, on est passé à l'accélération des flux, avec la mondialisation, tout simplement. On est aujourd'hui dans la 5e génération des ports dits intelligents ou smart ports, qui se conjuguent avec la smart city et donc avec les besoins de l'économie du quotidien, du mieux se nourrir, du mieux communiquer, du mieux se déplacer, etc. Autre initiative qui est le programme stratégique du grand port maritime de Marseille, donc Marseille-Fos, dont le slogan est assez intéressant puisque c'est un port vert au service de l'économie bleue. Donc je vais passer plus rapidement, mais donc le grand port maritime de Marseille est connecté avec un grand port dans le monde. C'est le premier port français et c'est la première place donc, du marché, la 6e place européenne du marché portuaire. Donc les axes que développe le plan stratégique de ce grand port maritime, c'est la redynamisation industrielle et l'innovation énergétique. Je pense que vous en entendez parler suffisamment dans la presse, avec de grandes initiatives de dépollution des ports, de préservation de la qualité de l'air atmosphérique dans la ville, etc. Et le fait que les ports deviennent des acteurs de leur environnement industriel, par la réhabilitation de friches industrielles, par l'accueil d'activités qui, au départ, ne sont pas nécessairement liées au maritime, mais pour mettre à profit des usagers des infrastructures de haut niveau technologique et très connectées à l'ensemble du monde. Bon, l'axe 2, il est lié, c'est la transition numérique et les nouvelles technologies, on l'a dit. L'axe 3, c'est de gagner en compétitivité dans tous les sens du terme. Et l'axe 4, c'est de devenir un port expert, c'est-à-dire capable d'exporter son savoir-faire dans l'ensemble du monde, à commencer par la Méditerranée, mais pas seulement. Et ici, on voit qu'un intérêt du collectif, c'est-à-dire le politique, l'académique et l'entrepreneurial, est essentiel. Une ville comme Marseille a des coopérations décentralisées avec énormément de villes portuaires en Afrique, en Asie, aux États-Unis. Donc cette volonté politique d'améliorer la performance portuaire se traduit par une demande et par des besoins que les entreprises doivent adresser. Je passe sur ce slide de l'ambition de ce port, mais vous avez bien compris cette vision internationale et collective. Alors, en matière de clusterisation ou d'incubation, notre région lance régulièrement des appels à projets innovants, et on a actuellement de grands projets qui touchent soit l'efficacité énergétique et la protection de l'environnement en général, ou des soft skills, comme travailler sur le service du transit et de l'évolution de la réglementation. Une autre initiative récente, régionale, c'est la création d'une communauté d'entrepreneurs d'Afrique et d'Europe qui s'appelle donc Africa Link, comme son nom l'indique, et qui vise à faciliter des prises de contact à l'échelle internationale entre entrepreneurs. Lorsqu'un entrepreneur qui ne connaît pas nécessairement un pays de Méditerranée ou un pays africain souhaite monter un consortium pour répondre à un appel à projet ou un appel d'offres, il faut qu'il qualifie ses partenaires potentiels locaux. La première mission d'Africa Link, c'est la qualification du contact et la mise en relation des entrepreneurs. Alors Africa Link ne fait pas que ça, Africa Link travaille aussi pour la jeunesse et pour la formation. Je citerai un seul exemple, qui est un programme tout récent, financé par l'Union européenne, et qui est le programme Archipelago, qui vise à mettre en place des formations techniques en coopération entre la Mauritanie et la France, à titre pilote. Ce sont les chambres de commerce et les chambres de métiers qui vont développer des programmes croisés de formation pour des ouvriers et des techniciens supérieurs du maritime. Alors, un autre exemple d'approche collaborative, c'est le modèle des pôles de compétitivité ou des clusters d'entreprises où l'ensemble des priorités des pôles de compétitivité sont définies main dans la main entre la vision du politique, c'est-à-dire le besoin de la collectivité, le savoir-faire académique, donc les orientations de l'innovation, et les entreprises qui sont prêtes à appliquer ces innovations. Donc, nous avons un pôle maire, bien sûr, j'en ai parlé, et ce pôle maire travaille avec d'autres pôles sur la protection de l'environnement, sur la transition énergétique, sur la sécurisation des données. Donc, cette approche pôle de compétitivité est aussi un excellent ferment pour développer l'esprit d'entreprendre pour les jeunes, justement. Et la collaboration, ou en tout cas l'entrepreneuriat collaboratif. Donc c'est un modèle qui commence à se répandre dans le monde, mais dont l'efficacité est démontrée. Alors je reviens à la carte que je montrais tout à l'heure, donc simplement pour illustrer ce que peuvent apporter les conseillers. Donc pensez à nous utiliser, encore une fois, nous sommes bénévoles, nous pouvons participer, donner notre point de vue d'entrepreneur sur certaines visions stratégiques et prioritaires, nous pouvons mentorer des jeunes entrepreneurs pour les aider à renforcer leur idée, à renforcer leur modèle, et je dirais surtout à leur ouvrir cette envie de collaborer entre les rives, nord et sud. Et je suis convaincu, et les conseillers du commerce extérieur sont convaincus, que les projets durables sont des projets qui sont multiculturels et des projets collaboratifs. Donc, en conclusion, et pour ne pas prendre davantage de temps, oser ensemble l'entreprise, et quand je dis ensemble, c'est cette approche interculturelle. Motivons les jeunes à créer des joint ventures, ou en tout cas des entreprises à plusieurs, à mûrir leurs projets entre les deux rives. L'économie bleue, on l'a dit, est largement soulignée, elle est transverse et elle est porteuse d'avenir. Les entreprises manquent de cadres et de techniciens, donc nous sommes là pour susciter ces nouvelles formations. On a aussi des opportunités nouvelles du fait de la crise, et c'est maintenant qu'il faut les saisir, je dirais, dans cette idée de faire émerger entre les deux blocs occidentaux et orientaux, occidental et oriental, faire émerger cette Europe, une vraie Europe interculturelle et avec des jeunes qui pensent à demain et qui coopèrent dans la compétition, voilà, pour créer la valeur ensemble demain. Alors l'impact de la crise, on considère qu'il est durable sur nos modes de travail. Donc on a aujourd'hui, là aussi grâce au numérique, et la session d'aujourd'hui en est un exemple, la possibilité de travailler différemment, plus vite et dans un périmètre encore plus large. Mobilisons la force des réseaux, on l'a dit, on l'a souligné, il est indispensable que les politiques, les académiques et les entrepreneurs travaillent ensemble. Et donc, bâtissons collectivement le futur pour oser ensemble l'entreprise. Voilà, donc, c'est un message d'optimisme que je veux adresser aux jeunes qui nous écoutent aujourd'hui. Merci beaucoup de votre attention.
Merci André. Thank you so much, and congratulations for the three speakers who remain just in time, and now we have half an hour for the debate and discussion. So thank you so much. It was easy to manage your talk. So now, Maria, I think that we will open for the discussion with Slido. Is it okay? So you have this panel discussion, the link. You can open the Slido. So Maria is the second question. Yes, now. So please, you can you see the first question. What comes to your mind when you hear the term Blue Future? So please, everybody, all the participants, you can enter a word and send it to, you will try to make a synthesis of all we receive. So please.
Yes, you can find the link in the Zoom chat or connect through the QR code. Thank you, Leo.
Thank you. So I think you will arrive all the contribution. It's okay, Maria?
Yes, it is. We are receiving, as we can see, 6 participants, 7 participants.
Okay.
And we are creating the cloud of the keywords in order to comment in real time. And we encourage all the participants and the attendees to interact and reply to the questions in real time. Then we can switch to the following questions and launch the debate.
Maria, where can I see the word proposed? No. Okay, so we are still waiting for other contribution. 13 proposal. I think that what you I see blue justice, for instance, is very interesting to have this this word, a more classical one with digitalization, investing in youth, so sector regarding the also, of course, I think environment protection, renewable energy also, trust, not obvious to have this word. It's very interesting to receive the trust. Maybe I, as a colleagues, can comment this poll and see if it's possible for them. Mohamed, Mounir, can you interact maybe also? Or Salvatore, Andre?
If you like, I'll just mention what we can already see, all of us, that the word sustainability is omnipresent in the slide, which coincides perfectly with the essence of blue economy.
Yes.
I'm also very happy to see some interesting ideas. There is definitely a need for trust, because experience has taught us that good intentions don't necessarily lead to good and conducive results, because there are always economic interests, political agendas, misinterpretation of the of the strategic compass. So it's good to see that people take it with a grain of not skepticism, but pragmatism, that in order not to lose direction, not to lose our north as we proceed with further consolidating the blue economy agenda, there needs to be attention to some of the factors mentioned, the need for safety, the need for equality, the need for building trust to the end of the list. I'm sure the colleagues also would have something to say.
Yeah. I see maybe now 25 maybe contribution is okay. I think that Maria and Julia, you can keep this and we can go to the second question. The second question is, in your opinion, what is a major impediment to blue growth? And we have a free proposal: access to finance, lack of political support and legislative framework. I think you all see the result on your screen. So lack of political support is clearly the most reaction of the audience. What can it would be interesting also to have some comment of what is the meaning of lack of political support. What is because we cannot weigh everything from the political support. It is also very important to do by ourselves. And something want to comment this? Mohamed, maybe you are to comment this lack of political support. 60% is very.
Yes, frankly, I personally, and in a very subjective way, I do not agree. But of course, this is the opinion of the majority, and it has to be respected. This is the way they see it, or maybe the way they have experienced it. I do think that access to finance is the major issue here. But I have been following much of the political mobilization to further promote a blue economy at least in the region, in the Euro-Mediterranean region. And I must say that a lot has been done in a relatively short time period. I'm not myself a politician, and as such, I don't have an agenda of my own, but lots of steps have been taken, many mandates have been given, many legislations have been passed, but if people think that lack of political support remains to be the major impediment, then definitely we need to take it seriously and see why and how to affront this challenge.
Mohamed, if I may add in this point, I totally agree with you. There are a lot of efforts recently but we're still really behind. I understood, let's say, the point also from the audience on thinking today of the many opportunities offered by the blue economy. And I just speak also from the side of my country. I mean, also in Italy, we invest a lot of money today on space rather than on the blue economy. We know better the space than our seas and oceans. We have a lot of, and tomorrow I will show one slide of how nations spend a lot of money, even with the numbers, on the space research. This is just one, let's say, example. In the other side, in countries like, for example, they still have instability, we have a lot of opportunities and resources today in the blue economy, in the marine and maritime sector, but we didn't really have the political will to support investors and to support researchers and scientists in this sector. So let's take it in that way. Let's push in that direction to finally have a bottom-up approach from, let's say, also from our friends, scientists and researchers around the Mediterranean, to say that sometimes science could work better in linking and bridging the cooperation, as you mentioned before, the science diplomacy, rather than the politicians and political opinions. So I hope that this will be a good message also for creating a trust and having the political support to go further in the blue economy sector.
Thank you, Moni. Maybe André or Salvatore, you want to?
Oui, je pense que la manière dont la question est posée orienter les réponses vers ce manque de soutien politique. Parce que, en fait, le soutien politique va permettre l'accès à la finance, qu'il soit privé ou qu'il soit public, et va faciliter l'évolution du cadre réglementaire. Donc, le soutien politique est partout. Si on parle de finances, de l'Union européenne, par exemple, c'est évidemment un axe politique, une décision politique extrêmement forte de mettre la priorité sur le spatial ou de le mettre sur l'économie bleue. Donc, si la question, enfin, si cet aspect politique qui forcément est le support de tout, n'avait pas été posé, je pense que l'accès à la finance, je partage l'avis de Mohamed, je pense que l'accès à la finance aurait été placé en premier. Mais bon, c'est des pures conjectures de ma part.
Salvatore, you want to?
I'm completely agree, because I think that in this moment we have a big lack of political support, because they have to support, or better, they have to make more easy the access to the finance, and also they have to support the people that want to invest in the blue economy. And I think that they are very close. Lack of political support and access to the finance are like a chain, okay, like a ring of the same chain.
Thank you. I think we can move to the third question, Julia. So now we are waiting for a short answer for the audience. Maybe it can be a bit longer to have an answer. But before receiving an answer, maybe the panel can make some comment. Mohamed, do you want to comment before we receive short. You will discuss after also, but before.
I don't want to prejudice the answers. I really want the free imagination and the individual opinions to come out in the answers, and then maybe we can comment. I do have an opinion. I will wait for the.
Of course, yes. First, the first comment arrives. Through proper monitoring of the environmental impact of economic activities and establishing proper boundaries, international cooperation, sensibilization, yes, science, diplomacy, and transborder collaboration. For answer, it's a good start for these answers because it's not so easy to answer. Stakeholder dialogue, yes. Win-win situation, yes. Okay. Large marine ecosystem assessment and management, yes, it's a comment also. Restore ecosystem. Policy, again. Now for 14 answers, so we can begin to make some comments on these answers. We want to begin? We want to start?
I can start and then because I see that both colleagues are a bit quiet, so so maybe I can start. I already added my answer actually, which is starting always with a stakeholder dialogue. It's part of our DNA at the UFM Secretariat, this multiple stakeholder approach, because when we say we don't want anyone left behind, it's more than just a slogan. If we don't take into consideration the best interest and the views and the specificity of each segment of stakeholders, chances are someone would be left out of the equation. Very valuable views and insights would be lost in the process of formulating whether policy or strategy. So I believe that a basic point of departure would be a multiple stakeholder dialogue, taking stock of all the opinions and experiences and everything at stake. And this would guide a well-informed strategy paper or policy orientation.
Comment, André?
Oui, si je peux ajouter, je suis d'accord. La clé, c'est la concertation, donc c'est l'approche politique. Ensuite, il y a une dialectique, je dirais, subtile entre l'égoïsme, c'est-à-dire l'intérêt, par exemple, d'une rive par rapport à l'autre, l'intérêt d'insulaire par rapport aux continentaux, et le curseur, où placer le curseur de l'intérêt partagé, parce que lorsqu'on parle d'écosystème, c'est évidemment l'intérêt partagé, et lorsqu'on parle de protection des habitants, il y a beaucoup plus de subjectivité. Et il n'y a que par la concertation, le dialogue, qu'on peut arriver à faire émerger le consensus. Donc une fois encore, je suis d'accord avec les indications qu'a donné Mohamed.
Yes, I agree. Both opinions, Mohammed and also Andre. And I would like also to add one other point, which is also on the transboundary of the seas and oceans. there is a comment from an astronaut saying that when you see the Earth from above, from the outer space, you don't see borders. The only thing you can see is this thin atmosphere that we are also in the risk to not protect this. So this is also a good point on how you can see the Earth from the outer space, which means that the seas and oceans should be on the center of our vision, not the man, not we people. And this is exactly what also Andre was saying about the egoism. So it's very important to see the ecosystem and the habitat in the center of our life and to protect them rather than seeing ourselves, people, human centric, let's say, way of thinking. This is why when we go towards developing our economy, usually we fall in the mistake of squeezing our land. Now we will squeeze our seas and oceans. And we need to avoid that. We need to use our seas and oceans in sustainable way, smart and inclusive. It's important. And for this, we need, of course, instruments, policy support. We need instruments, directives and laws that will protect our seas and oceans.
As a comment, André?
Je crois que c'est l'occasion de redire l'importance pour l'humanité de ce qu'on appelle le patrimoine mondial et de bien conscientiser, sensibiliser notamment la jeunesse. Hein. Pour des gens comme moi, c'est derrière, on va dire, mais il faut que la jeunesse comprenne que son patrimoine individuel n'a pas de sens en négligeant le patrimoine mondial, c'est-à-dire le patrimoine collectif. C'est encore une fois de la politique, mais cette notion de patrimoine mondial, elle est portée par nos institutions, et il faut que la volonté politique de défendre le patrimoine mondial soit encore plus forte, à mon sens.
Je te remercie, André. I propose to close this question with this good sentence with hope and to move to the question 4, please. So we have still 10 minutes to close this topic. So we can read the question. Dealing with creating business, is international cooperation in the field of blue skill a good way to create balanced social and economic value? What could we promote to make sure it is? Please select 2 options. Maya, Julia, I see that some person asked to receive the link once more. Can you send it? Impressed to have 3 questions very with the same answers. Of course, for me, I'm very impressed by the bicultural approach in young training. I think it's very, very important. Academic point of view, of course. So we reach 23 answer, 25. So we can begin to comment because we have one more question and it remains only 5 minutes. So, André, tu veux commenter? Ou Salvatore, can you comment?
Okay, I completely agree because in my personal opinion, to create social and economic value, we have to build and promote an international joint venture between SMEs. And I think that not only the bicultural approach, but the multicultural approach is the best way to promote international joint venture. And I think that is the best way to create a big value and a win-win solution.
Thank you, Salvatore. Another comment, André?
Totalement d'accord. Et pour faire une recommandation supplémentaire, je pense que c'est aussi dès le niveau pre-graduate, post-graduate qu'il faut travailler à cette multiculturalité, c'est-à-dire pourquoi ne pas inciter des jeunes diplômés ou diplômants à réfléchir ensemble, nord-sud, est-ouest, donc par binôme, par trinôme, à la création de projets. L'UPM, enfin l'écosystème, on va dire, Homer au sens large, ne devrait-il pas lancer un concours d'idées pour l'émergence au moins de binômes et encore mieux de trinômes, trinationaux ou binationaux, mettant sur la table un projet commun qu'on proposerait à des financeurs. Les conseillers du commerce extérieur donneront aussi un avis si on le leur demande, mais challenger ces projets nés de l'envie des jeunes à faire les choses ensemble, avec des lauréats, 2 ou 3 lauréats qu'on va aider. Et ce sont peut-être nos pépites de demain et pourquoi pas nos licornes du futur. Mais les mettre en situation de penser ensemble, dès le départ, à la genèse d'un projet.
Je suis sûr, Mounir, que nous allons y travailler sur cette idée.
Yes, I totally agree, and I really support this idea. Thinking also of some initiatives that have been already started from youth in the Mediterranean spontaneously. So just to canalize this, so bring them together and help them to, with maybe concrete actions and financial instruments, to go to the point. I like the idea. Thank you, Andre, on that. And I think we could work on this in the future also with the Union for the Mediterranean and, of course, with Leo. One point that I also want to just communicate and mention is the competitiveness. Competitiveness is the success of any business, and often this word is understood wrongly. Competitiveness, it comes from the word competitor, which means walk together, means hand to hand, we walk together. Competere, on marche ensemble. Unfortunately, we understood the competitiveness like fighting for something to reach something before the others. And this is maybe for youth and for young people, they understand this better than what we are doing this. So we should invest on them. You will see multicultural, even at school, at the youngest age, they are even more, let's say, prone to accept the others, to accept the diversity. So we need really to work on this.
Okay, thank you. Very important. Mohamed, you want to conclude for the question, or you go directly to the last question?
No, not really. I think I agree. Another thing I would also mention is the need for always not enforcing, but at least taking into consideration the need for triple line reporting for companies in general, and particularly in blue economy, because by default, triple bottom line is part and parcel of its essence. No, so not only on the economic front, but also on the social dividend and the cultural or environmental fronts.
So thank you. Now the last question, please. In your opinion, which of the following soft skill is more important for dealing with the emerging blue economy sectors? Please select up to 2 options. So communication, networking, strategic vision, market analysis, negotiation. maybe Salvatore, you can comment these answers.
Okay, I'm very happy because the first one is networking, but I think that the first one have to be the market analysis, because if you if we have to understand, or if you have to have a profit, because when we do something also in the blue economy, we have to have a profit. The first one, in my opinion, is the market analysis. We have to know what we are doing. And the second one, a strategic vision to make a profit. And then networking is also, for me, very, very important, because also when we speak of blue economy, I think we see the for example, in the Mediterranean Sea, all is closed, and then we have to speak, we have to know, we have to negotiate with our neighbor, and also the networking and communication. But in my opinion, market analysis, strategic vision are the first two, and the other at the same time are very important.
Market analysis is increasing. Thanks to your comment. So maybe just a small comment from the other panelists, because he's just on time now for giving the floor to Mounir for the second topic. So if you want to remain to in agreement with the agenda, we want to make a small comment. Mohamed, Andre, and Jen, Mounir.
Yeah, thank you. It's a question in this case of, I'm a little bit confused, because in somehow soft skills, and in the meantime, we have also some other, let's say, things that comes out in this. So I totally agree. If you need to start a business, of course, particularly emerging blue economy sector, you need to have the acceptance of the society. And often we have a lot of, let's say, new sectors that are born and they are dead before they were born. So which means that you didn't have the real market to go further. And often if you have, let's say, a technology readiness level, which is low, at the level of the university, and cannot reach higher, let's say, of 5 or 7, or even let's say, even less in this case, they cannot penetrate the market. So you need somehow to understand your market, and this is why it's important also the communication, as was mentioned here. The networking, and of course the analysis of your market, which could be in somehow a business that, because there is two words here important: emerging blue economy sectors. We have a lot of new emerging blue economy sector. Just think about the digital transformation, even in the blue economy sector. Just think about the climate today. For example, there is a nice project in the port of Marseille on, for example, the emission, CO2 emission of the maritime transport. Somebody could say we could give maybe priority for the economy of the city, Marseille in this case, but in the meantime, they are thinking about the emissions, so the environmental impact and the climate impact, the consequence of climate impact. So for that, there is a lot of new technologies to reduce the emission, or to change the fuel, or to change the methodology. Maybe when they are in the port, they do not use their engine, but they use the electricity coming from the port, maybe from renewable energy. So this is the way of how you can link the things together.
Okay. Thank you, Mounir. I think we have to stop now and to move to the topic number 2. I want to thank Maya and Julia, because I think that we all enjoyed this Slido interactivity. I think it was very powerful, and I hope that the all the attendees appreciate it, and I think we will enjoy also for the other topic. So thank you so much for all, Mohamed, André, Salvatore, Munir, for your contribution. And just now you move to the topic 2, smart specialization strategies. So thank you all, and Munir, you have the floor.
In this case, I think that we will give the floor to Dr. Mohammed, who will be moderating this session.
Sorry.
Yes,
I confused.
yes.
Sorry, it's Mohammed.
In the afternoon, I will be moderating 2 sessions. Now it's the turn of Dr. Mohammed. So
sorry, Mohammed.
No problem at all.
I made a mistake. Sorry.
Don't worry.
Thank you very much.
You are the moderator now.
Thank you very much for the excellent panel and for accommodating all speakers and all questions and answers. And I'm very pleased now to change hats and be the moderator of this second panel on special, let me put it this way, smart specialization strategies. We have 3 very prominent speakers, and because this is such an interesting topic, also a very broad spectrum of issues that it covers. So I personally look very much forward to learning from the speakers, and they are very prominent speakers in this session, starting with Mr. Anders Olsson from the Academy for Smart Specialization in Karlstad. So, Mr. Olsson, can you hear us? Are you with us?
Yes, I can.
Fantastic. The floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I will share my screen with you right now. So just a moment. Yeah, can you see my screen now?
It's perfect. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. That's great. Yes, the topic for my presentation is about smart specialization in our region with the name Värmland, and the capital city is Karlstad. It could also have been my colleague at Karlstad University today doing this presentation, but I am working at the regional development organization with the name Region Värmland. And I am as a manager of smart specialization at Region Värmland and has been so since 2014. To help you know where on the earth I am situated now, it's up north in Europe, in this Region Värmland, the city Karlstad. It's on a line, straight line between the 2 capital cities of Scandinavia, Oslo in Norway and Stockholm in Sweden. And it happens to be so, and it fits very good for the topic today, that we are situated on the northern shore of Lake Vänern, which is actually the biggest lake in the European Union. And so that's the connection to the blue economy today for me. And I can just mention that we have connection to the ocean for the ships to go up into the lake. And we also have the quickest growing salmon in the world in this lake. It was locked in the lake in connection to the ice time, where there was no connection to the sea. And it's also a huge reservoir for drinking water as well. Yes. And what about Värmland? We are 280,000 inhabitants. So when it comes to the population, we are really a small region in European context. But the land area is slightly smaller than that of Israel, for instance. And it's covered by 75% by forest. And our strongest industry is, as a result of that, the forest industry. And it's quite simple for us when we are cooperating with universities. We only have one dominating university, that's Karlstad University. Recently, the OECD made an evaluation of the Academy for Smart Specialization, but that included also the smart specialization as a whole. Here you can see up to the left is a photo from the Karlstad University and the industry to the left, and also a glimpse of Lake Vänern to the right. What about Värmland? How are we performing? when it comes to innovation, we are ranked at the European Regional Innovation Scoreboard as a strong innovator, but it's unfortunately at the lowest level. So in that sense, we are quite in the middle in Europe, so to speak, when it comes to the capacity for innovation. But being in a country which is highly competitive and with high scores on innovation, Värmland quite often ranks at the wrong end of the lists in ranking lists. Just here as an example, the gross regional product, where Värmland ranks quite low, but we are a middle income region in the European context. But being low ranked within a nation, even though we are pretty strong, makes that we also ranks low in the regional hierarchy. And that makes it also quite different when it comes to the competition about talents and capital, etc. So the way of implementing and making an approach to smart specialization, we say that it should be smart ways to organize and develop existing regional assets in order to create value for users and society. So it's both about what we're good at and what we are good for. And I think we have taken a quite transformative and mission-based approach to our smart specialization strategy. I will come back to that later. This is our smart specialization triangle, where there should be a strong industry base for the specialization, but we should also have capacity for research and creating new knowledge for these areas. And there should be a potential market or that we can see that we can meet societal challenges thanks to the specializations, not only at the regional level, but also on the global scale. And our highest priority is, as you might have guessed already, the forest-based bioeconomy. And then we have 4 other specializations as well that are differs a bit, and some are connected to each other as well. It happens to be so that we have strong cluster organizations in Värmland. We have worked with clusters for 2 decades now. And the strongest one is the Paper Province cluster. And one in each of them, they host a smart specialization, or if you want to say an open platform for one smart specialization, and involving different actors and connecting to the research at the university. And that's a bigger task than just being a cluster organization with supporting the interests for the member companies. And I think they have done this very, very good in a very good manner. But also for our organization for Region Värmland, it's important that Karlstad University is internationally strong with excellent research, but also with a strong sense of the place. And I think that's the case for Karlstad University. There in the background, you can see part of the Lake Vänern. And we have formalized our cooperation between Region Värmland and Karlstad University under the name and the brand of the Academy for Smart Specialization. And the overall goal for the Academy for Smart Specialization is that it should be a tool for transformation and renewal of the private sector and public sector in Värmland, as well as for development of research and education at Karlstad University. So these 3 aspects should be united in what we're doing within the Academy for Smart Specialization. And today we have research projects within all smart specializations at Karlstad University. You can see the names of the research groups. The red ones are the research groups that are considered as excellent research groups. The others are strong. And we also have some horizontal cross-cutting research groups as well. For instance, the Service Research Center is one of the 5 world-leading centers within this domain. The funding model, and now you should consider we are a small region, so we don't have that very much money, but our politicians from Region Värmland, we are a political organization for the region. They have set aside 5 million euro for a 5-year period of cooperation with Karlstad University. And at the same time, Karlstad University promised to set aside just as much, and they also promised to apply for third-party funding for 5 million euro as well for this period, which makes a total of 50 million euro. And you can see the sources of funding at the low part of this slide. And what happens is you can see the distribution of the funding between the different smart specializations, and that is in gray. And in blue, on top of that, the researchers themselves, they apply for external funding without the co-funding from Region Värmland. And that adds on another 46 million euros. It's almost 3 times the base foundation, so to speak, for the Academy for Smart Specialization. So when we put €1 into as investment in research and innovation, we get €10 of research and innovation at Karlstad University. I think that's quite a good deal for us. And during these years, we have seen that they have done 50 strategic recruitments in various specializations. There has been activities, 250 company activities within the projects and 120 public sector activities. We have 30 verified innovations from Karlstad University within this specialization as well. And some key factors for the successful model for cooperation is that it's a long-term strategy and partnership. We have been cooperating for over 15 years now, and the last period is for a 5-year period. And that Karlstad University, that's KAU as abbreviation, it's not seen as anything else at Karlstad University, but it's fully integrated in their action and in their daily activities at the university. And the projects are linked both with national and EU-based funding and programs. And the possibility, the incentives for the researchers is to gain both the needs and also gather data within these projects, so which they can do research upon. And we can also see that this research also generates connections to the education program. So there it's a spillover to what the students learn at Karlstad University. So it connects to our smart specializations more and more, but also at advanced level. Here are some examples of what have been accomplished within this strategy in recent years. We have a testbed for photovoltaic systems, where they have had 70 innovation projects that is testbed. It has been made 50 master theses from Karlstad University and other universities. And here you can see the testing of rescue tents with perovskite-based solar cells or photovoltaics. Thanks to our long-term cooperation, last year Karlstad University formed this new centers, which is about advanced and adaptive manufacturing and complex systems for the mechanical and the engineering industry, but also for the forestry industry. And they have a big number of different specialities which they can do research and development upon. Another specialization is about the digitalization of welfare services, where also the public sector is an important part. And thanks to the 10-year funding from the National Innovation Agency, Vinnova, we can do a lot of things there. We have researchers from 4 different research groups at Karlstad University embedded in this smart specialization. And just during 2 years now, more than 50 entrepreneurs have received support, and we have a new started accelerator and venture fund that has been established as well, where we also cooperate over the border to Norway with the Oslo region, where there also is a big risk capital market. Within the forest-based bioeconomy, we started off 5 years ago, where it was virtually a non-existing startup environment, to that there is now a big interest, not only within the region, but from the rest of Sweden and also international, for startups coming and getting support within this ecosystem for the bio-based economy. And we also have a number of test beds that is a meeting place for researchers and startup companies, and they cost the university to also connect their research to the test beds. And an example of an international startup is Lixea, what comes from Imperial College in London, that found this environment so interesting, so they started to start their operation here. This is an example of how we can connect to the blue economy in Värmland. We have a value chain or a small cluster in hydrodynamics and ship propulsion. So here you can see 2 examples. There they are forging a drive shaft for a ship. And we also have a very big, almost not full scale, but in a big scale test lab for optimizing propellers to the hull of the ships and reducing noise in the oceans, optimizing energy efficiency. And they can also optimize the ships to the waters within they sail. For instance, if they are mainly operating in the Mediterranean Ocean. Here are another examples. We are fishing in the Lake Vänern, but the new thing is land-based fish farming, where there are quite big investments being made in our region and also in our neighbor regions. But for us, smart specialization in Värmland, it's about business, research, competitiveness, and growth, but it's more. The way we have chosen to work with smart specialization, it also contributes to mitigating climate change. That we produce innovate fossil-free products. We are within the circular economy. We are within the area of personal health, gender equality, the experience industry and culture, which you can see an example of, digitalization of teaching and learning, etc., etc. Some success factors to the end here for our work. It's start early, it takes time, and build trust, build a community, build sound institutions on how the rules and regulation and how you cooperate. We, Region Värmland across the universities, we have a contract, but we are very embedded in our organizations, so we can work in a very informal way. It's about understanding of the 3 cultures in the triple helix and the different incentives we have. We have a combination of bottom-up, where you can take initiatives from bottom-up and get support from top-down. We focus on value creation, less on transactions. It's a challenge for a small region to have sufficient capacity in the region at the university and the clusters, but we are building it together. And of course, some money helps as well. So we have worked very much vision driven. We have formulated a vision for one and each of the smart specialization, and that helps getting the different triple helix actors come together to join within one priority. About the COVID crisis, we decided earlier that we should keep up the work at the Academy for Smart Specialization, but because it was these new ideas we needed for this transformation we may come through because of the COVID crisis. So it's more of an opportunity now to upscaling innovations and also diffuse both innovation and knowledge out in the economy to the businesses. And this is often done by the clusters, not so much by the university. So thank you very much. And remember, trust at all levels is one of the main reasons for success. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this presentation and for sharing with us also the success factors. I think this is very inspiring, and it makes the perfect way for the following intervention, this time by Annalisa Piazzoli. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. And without further ado, Annalisa from Italy, the floor is yours.
Yes, good morning to all. I try to share my presentation. Sorry, I see a message. It's impossible to share the screen.
Should I stop sharing? Yes, I think it's my fault.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Just a second. Okay. So good morning to all, and thanks for the invitation to speak here today. I'm Annalisa Piazzoli, functionary at the Regional Research Office of Friuli Venezia Giulia, a member of the Technical Secretariat of Friuli Venezia Giulia. With my presentation today, I give to you a brief overview of Friuli Venezia Giulia regional context in relation to research and innovation. Then we will see together the smart specialization strategy for the 2014-2020 period and the revision process today ongoing, with a focus on the governance envisaged for the strategy, and a brief reference to the initiatives that involve our region in relation to smart specialization strategy and blue growth. As you maybe already know, Friuli Venezia Giulia is a small region situated at the heart of the enlarged Europe. One of the most important characteristics of this area is that's a hub for science and technology, with a large community of foreign students and scientists, and a remarkable network of at about 50 public and private research centers. The region has a high percentage of a high-level researcher for its population, in particular with regard to the city of Trieste. In addition, it's interesting to quote the regional analysis elaborated by the European Union in the Regional Summer Innovation Index, for which in 2019, Friuli Venezia Giulia is in the group of the follower high. It is the more innovative region in Italy. Exactly to enhance this potential and to maximize the impact on the regional social and economic context, the regional government supported from 2004 the coordination network of research institutions of Friuli Venezia Giulia. In 2016, this network evolved in the scientific and innovation system of Friuli Venezia Giulia, with an agreement undersigned by the regional government and two Italian ministries, with the principal aim of set up a scientific network of excellence. Besides, the region is strongly committed in develop regional policies focused on internationalization. Turning now to our regional research and innovation context, the regional research strategic framework for all the interventions is represented by the regional smart specialization strategy. The strategy in force for the 2014-2020 period was formally approved in 2015 after a wide process of entrepreneurial discovery. The changes expected, as you can see in the slide, as a result of the strategy are the consolidation and repositioning of the industrial and production sectors in the region towards segments that offer high added value, and the shift of the regional economic and production system towards new areas capable of generating new jobs, new markets, and new industries. The areas of regional specializations identified through the process of entrepreneurial discovery and involvement of the territory are 5. So as you can see, agri-food, strategic production chains, which envisages metal working and home sectors, maritime technologies, smart health, culture, creativity, and tourism. As you can see, the area of maritime technology is directly connected with the blue growth. Besides, themes related to blue growth are present in other areas, for instance, tourism, in a cross-cutting way. This area were updated in 2017 after a revision projects with a strong involvement of regional stakeholders. At the present moment, our regional smart specialization strategy is undergoing an update. The revision process began in 2019 with an update of the governance model, which envisaged an enhancement of the participation of regional stakeholders in accordance with the quadruple helix approach. In autumn 2020, the effective entrepreneurial discovery process began with a specific working group. One of these is dedicated to blue growth logistics and sustainable mobility. The approval of the updated version of our strategy is envisaged within June of this year. As I have told you before, in our 2014-2020 strategy, one of the areas were devoted to maritime technologies. The blue sectors represent, in fact, a very important asset of our territory. So we will see the results of the revision process during next month and how this area could evolve in the future. At the present moment, I'd like to quote that the final proposal elaborated by the group at the end of the process envisaged the 3 development trajectories, namely green mobility, smart mobility, and sea-made in Friuli Venezia Giulia. The area of reference proposed is sustainable waterborne mobility and its land connection. Next slide shows the governance of our entrepreneurial discovery process. The role of coordinator was assigned to the regional agencies for job and enterprise development, with the scientific support of Area Science Park, which is a national research body managing an important multi-sector science and technology park. A strong role is assigned to regional clusters as well, in particular to guarantee the effective involvement of the territory. Each working group is in fact coordinated by one cluster if operative in the sector of reference. In the next slide, you can see how important for the elaboration and the implementation of the strategy is the effective involvement of all the relevant stakeholders according to the so-called quadruple helix approach. In particular, the categories considered in an organic way in the process as research, business, public administration, civil society, and users. The goal is to create a stable but flexible connection between regional government and stakeholders able to make a contribution to the elaboration, implementation, and revision of the strategy. Turning now to the governance model adopted for the strategy, the methodology used included the following main features: an internal organizational model. The regional government appointed internal staff for the design, coordination, and implementation activities. The objectives was to capitalize the expertise of its staff and develop specific skills and know-how. Besides, we have a strong focus on the entrepreneurial discovery, which is constituted as a continuum. Furthermore, we have a participative governance model. It is a bottom-up model in particular, which envisages the involvement of the territory. there was a gradual and selective focus on the topics carried out in a shared manner in order to identify a limited number of innovation fields and research priorities. The goal is to have a critical mass of funds focused on a few priorities and obtain significant changes and improvements with respect to the specific starting conditions. The governance and implementation are strictly connected with this strategic orientation, with the purpose of continuous development and cross-fertilization through a model of responsible and inclusive governance with a strong rooting in the territory as well. Here you can find some terms that sum up these concepts of a bottom-up model, as I've told before, selective focus on the topics and a critical mass of funds. Turning now to the revision of our smart specialization strategy for the next programming period, on May 2019, the Regional Council approved the revision of the governance model in order to satisfy the European position for the next programming period. This new paradigm envisages in particular a strong enhancement of the contribution of stakeholders in all the phases envisaged for the elaboration, implementation and update of the strategy. In particular, our current model is characterized by being inclusive, so open to the participation of different subjects, and durable, since it is intended to be a continue for the implementation and revision of the strategy. Besides, taking into account the suggestion of the external evaluator as well, the governance model of the regional strategy was revised to ensure organizational simplification, first of all, and then to strengthen the stakeholders' involvement and to improve internal administrative capacity as well. In this governance framework, the regional government has obviously a very important role. In fact, it provides political direction and it is responsible for the approval of our strategies and for all changes in the implementation of the strategy as well. More specifically, our governance model envisages four main structures. So as you can see in the slide, regional coordinating structures, the steering committee, the strategic committee, and a technical secretariat. First of all, the regional coordinating structures are represented by the Central Director for Production Activities and the Central Directorate for Employment, Training, Education and Family Affairs, which work in close coordination with the other regional directorates. This coordinator structure are responsible for definition and the implementation of the strategy. Then we have a steering committee, which encompasses all the directors of the regional central directories and has a fundamental role to drive the implementation and the coordination of regional directories, to undertake all verification activities through the periodic analysis of the documentation produced, and to address all the obstacles or issues that could affect the implementation of the strategies. In this slide, you can see the very important role of the strategic committee, which is the structure in charge of connecting the regional government and the stakeholders involved in all the phases of implementation and data of the strategy. It is a multidisciplinary group responsible for providing proposals and opinions on the documents related to the specializations areas. Its composition is quite wide in order to guarantee the representation of all the components of the quadruple helix. So in this slide and in the next, you can see in particular how the strategic committee is articulated in its composition. So we have representatives of all the components of the quadruple helix. First of all, research and education, but also the private sectors, civil society and end users, and the public sector as well. Then the last structure is the technical secretariat, which is in charge of supporting from the technical and operational point of view the definition and implementation of the activities connecting to the strategy. It is composed by functionaries of the coordinator structures I quoted before, and it has also an enlarged composition with representatives of the various regional structures involved in a strategy as well, taking into account that the strategy has a strong cross-cutting value. With regard to the implementation of the Friuli-Venezia Giulia Smart Specialization Strategy, I'd like to underline also that the regional administration has assigned a very important role to clusters organizations, recognized as the subjects in charge of promoting and animating the reconnected areas of specialization, according to two important regional nodes devoted to the development of the enterprises in our region. In this slide, you can see the cluster in charge of each present area of specialization. In particular, for maritime technology, we have the cluster Mare, which is operating in this sector. At the end of my presentation, I'd like to quote some initiatives related to smart specialization strategy and Blue Goat activities and topics. For instance, at the present moment, the region takes part to the project Mistral, which aims to strengthen a transnational partnership in the Med area, made up of 8 countries, in order to make marine knowledge and sustainable innovation the key driver for Blue Growth, to support clusters to become an excellent intermediary of knowledge for increasing blue economy, design and implement sustainable development trajectory harmonized with the MED region's smart specialization strategies. In addition, I'd like to mention the project Ariblan, ended in 2015, as a pilot action for the implementation of maritime spatial planning in the Mediterranean Sea and the Black Sea. Besides, Friuli-Venezia Giulia belongs to 2 macro-regional strategy. I like to quote in particular the EUSAR strategy for Adriatic and Ionian region, in which Blue Growth plays a fundamental role in terms of cooperation perspectives and promising fields of development. For what regards innovation policies, I like to outline 2 strategic actions carried on with the collaboration of Italian ministries of reference with a systemic approach. So the scientific innovation system of the Friuli-Venezia Giulia region I've quoted before, fundamental for the valorization of the regional scientific and innovation system in a systemic way with an international perspective as well. And the project Argo for a model of regional economic growth based on the innovation of processes and products through industry research interaction. In particular, this project envisages 4 assets: industrial innovation harbor, high impact net, industry platform for Friuli-Venezia Giulia, and technology platforms. In relation to our smart specialization experiences.
Sorry, Annalisa, if I may ask you to try to wrap it up, because we still have questions.
I am finishing. I'm finishing. So the project Blue Air and OISAIR, which intends to develop a macro-region pilot smart specialization strategy. So I finish. I remain at disposal for any question. Thank you very much for your attention, and stay tuned with our initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annalisa. I'm sorry to rush you into.
No, I finished. Thank you. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you for the very valuable presentation. And I give the floor directly to the third speaker, Mr. Leonardo Manzari from WestMed. The floor is yours. And I trust you will help us stay on the time mark in order also to receive some questions from the floor. Mr. Manzari, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. And my name is Leonardo Manzari, and I am very pleased to be here with you today. And I would like to thank UFM and OGS for organizing this event and giving us also the possibility to present the WestMed initiative, which is an initiative of the European Commission, DG Mare, which is addressed to the 5+5 dialogue countries, so putting together in the Western Mediterranean 5 countries from the northern shore and 5 from the southern shore. You may see in this slide, we have from northern shore, France, Italy, Spain, Portugal, and Malta, and from southern shore, Algeria, Tunisia, Morocco, Mauritania, and Libya. And which has, of course, some general objectives which are referred to safer and secure maritime space, a smart and resilient blue economy, and a better governance of the sea as general objectives and priorities, among which we see immediately the skills development and the circulation. The WestMed initiative is aiming at let's say, sharing a common blue growth agenda among the countries of the 5+5 dialogue countries, and this is happening through the activity of an assistance mechanism, which is, let's say, a team which has its base in a core team in Brussels, but also of national hubs, which are supporting stakeholders, private and public stakeholders, both in implementing this common agenda through basically 2 main activities. One is the creation of project partnerships to be focused on funding programs and calls of the European Union, but also non-European unions related to the blue economy, and also fostering the 10 countries to share the same challenges and to adopt common actions. Our support is basically maybe synthesizing project development in, let's say, information and positioning, let's say, project proposals on the suitable and the right funding opportunities, giving, of course, a communication strategy to help, of course, to create the partnership, so also to bring new partners and new stakeholders, and of course, through, let's say, an important virtual knowledge center as an interface, but also through, let's say, implement the governance structure of all this blue growth in the sub-basin through also technical and working groups. After the first 2 years of activity, we may say to have achieved important results in terms of project support, so supporting again the creation of partnership and the project proposals to be submitted, and to have increased regional cooperation through these technical and working groups, and of course, let's say, interacting more and more with regional and sub-regional actors, both at level of institutions, agencies, bodies, but also at a level of private let's say, private stakeholders, so entrepreneurial associations and federations at the European and Mediterranean level. After the first 2 years, we may say we have set up some working groups and technical groups in the activities, in the areas where we have received the most, let's say, the strongest, I would say, solicitations, which is, as I was also listening before in the interventions, the area of maritime, sustainable maritime transport, where we have, of course, already 1.5 year activities, both at creation of tables of national stakeholders, but also a technical group inside the WestMed initiative with the participation of all 10 countries, which are, of course, also giving as an outcome a certain number of pilot actions to be shared among all countries. You see aquaculture as of course the main growing sector, and which is also a result of tackling the problem of fishing problems we have in the Mediterranean, but also of the whole marine resources that we are facing, and of maritime clusters, because we have seen maritime clusters as a transversal tool to foster the growth of blue economy ecosystem. This is the reason why we have created also this working group to represent somehow a vehicle to tackle the most challenges together, and we shall see later which are the main actions we are going to take. And of course, Blue Skills, where we are going to have a first large webinar, because the main goal is to ensure our countries with a new generation of executive policymakers, academic and research class, technical experts, and civil society actors with a shared basin view and priorities. This is for us very important, because apart here an overview of the projects we have supported, let's say at the level of assistance mechanism and as the Italian national hub, where I can say we can have checked the fact that around 30% of the projects we have submitted are focused on the topics of Blue Skills in a different way, of course, through training, through vocational training, living labs, and sharing of knowledges. But why this? Because, of course, the Blue Skills is the most urgent priority to ensure a proper undertaking of the main challenges like sustainability, circularity, climate change, and bioeconomy, but at the same time giving an answer to the urgent needs of employability in the Mediterranean countries. And I would say this is not so much different from Southern Shore and Northern Shore, because this is totally a common problem, the entrepreneurship and the specialization. Let me say that the cooperation between North and Southern Shore of the Mediterranean, but also South-South cooperation, are at the core of our initiative. And this is meaning that Blue Skills is exactly the first question coming up from the countries, because this is, let's say, the way by which countries may offer a large potential and of modernization and development of the same society, of the same ecosystem. And let me say that the demographic dynamics and also the consolidation of remote learning modes are helping to avoid more and more, let's say, overlapping and duplication of initiatives, but are increasing instead the opportunities to make valuable the knowledge of local and even remote environmental conditions of all the area of Mediterranean. And this is a huge opportunity to enrich our knowledge, our know-how, and our development opportunities in, of course, always according to sustainability concept, where, in fact, as you see, we need to help the networking among these large and deep skills availability and offer, and increase their complementarities with the knowledge of local ecosystems, and increase, and this is what I believe is absolutely key, the best practices of education work integration and exchange, because this is the priority number one if we want that these skills, the creation of skills, the training is also creating employability of our human resources and new entrepreneurship. The examples we have seen before with the C Lab in Trieste, but also University of Karlstadt, are showing that the winning model is the model which is offering students and in any case young professionals the possibility to practice and to have let's say a smooth transition from the area of education to the area of their working life without in any case a rigid cut, but even remaining in, and this is not just a benefit for the young generation, but is a benefit for the territories, because if we look at the development of these areas, we see that focusing on this priority of offering practicing opportunities to the youngest generations, we create spin-off, we create labs, we create new small ventures, and also attract investments. And so this is a really development model also for territories. And this is particularly important for the southern area of the Mediterranean, where the brain drain is still playing a dramatic role, and which is depriving these territories from managing and also policymakers class, and that's why the aim that we are pursuing also at WestMed level is not just to recreate networks and not just to recreate experiences, but putting them together and possibly optimizing and trying also to increase, let's say, the level of knowledge even of niche aspects. These are some, let's say, I would say a synthetic list of topics that we see and we are quite often asked, especially by Southern Shore countries, about the need to improve and increase blue skills
Blue Skills offer, and you will see that is quite wide, and this is where we are, of course, trying to use European and also non-European Commission funds.
Sorry to interrupt, Leonardo, but can we try to wrap up in a couple of minutes, because we want to leave also room for the questions.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much. And this is just a list of examples of some smart specialization opportunities in terms of skills. Of course, the master in OGS, but also the small scale fisheries university in of FAO-GFCM, and the International Maritime Safety and Security Environment Academy in Italy, but also an interesting recent initiative in Malta about the possibility to train underwater archaeologists and underwater biologists, like also a newest news in Italy of the National Professional Body of Biologists to create the figure of underwater biologists, just to give some, let's say, small examples. So that's why we have focused, as I'm showing you, on working groups, and where particularly maritime clusters also play a fundamental role. So I would, let's say, close here so that you have, we have somehow respected the timing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I really appreciate the fact that that you've managed to wrap up. We've listened to all three speakers. We've seen three very interesting presentations, and now the time has come to see also questions. So if I may ask the colleagues to start sharing with us the questions on the screen, so that the participants can use the Slido to vote and to tell us what they think. And then we can have a short reflection on the answers. Remember, please, to use the link rather than share your opinion or your vote in the comments. We need to see everything reflected on the screen in the Slido. So please go to the Slido and share with us your questions. I will do the same myself. Okay, I don't know if a minimum number of replies is needed to close an active poll, but I think in this case it's very clear that the vast majority would agree that the knowledge of local marine environment is completely missed in the picture, no, in the greater picture. Okay, I'll take another question. So if we can move to the next question, please, and then see a comment from the speakers. How do you evaluate the integration of the national education and research ecosystems towards the local marine environment with the international level of know-how on global challenges affecting marine heritage? Please select one option. I will go and select mine. Please do the same. Okay, so again, I think there is a consensus over almost 80% of the answers think that it's either poor or incomplete, so it's lacking. Do we have any reflection from the speakers? Do you disagree with these findings, or do they actually confirm what you already think? Annalisa, Anders, Leonardo, if you have any reflection to share.
Well, if I should connect it to my context here in Värmland, Sweden, when we support research at Karlstad University, they also translate the research results into the training and education. And that goes both for the more basic education, but also for training at advanced level. And there we also have a national funding instrument for designing training at advanced level. So connecting research to education might be a way to approach these challenges with a lack of connection to the maritime strategy.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Let's move to the next question. How do you evaluate in your country the connection between the education institutions and the enterprises as for internships, stages, opportunities of study, work integration as a way to foster youth employability? Please select one option. Okay, another no-brainer for the participants. It seems that they are all in agreement and that all the individual experiences seem to confirm and to point in one direction. It's poor. The nexus between education and employment still needs a lot of work. Okay, next question, please. How, in light of your previous answer, would you prefer to optimize it first at the level of secondary school or of higher education and vocational education and training? Okay.
I can give a comment if you like.
Yes, please.
We have put emphasis on vocational training because it's there we can find the results at the primary way. And having done so, we have put the industry in the driving seat, so to speak, when to prioritize what their needs should be for the people they want to employ. I think this is these are general global challenges to get the different systems together. But it's worth a lot to work on the connection between research, innovation, education, business sector, etc.
Excellent. I think you have Leonardo, please go ahead.
Yes, also I believe that many good practices in Northern Europe are also showing us that a good integration already in the secondary school normally improves also the quality of the services that university may provide, because this is already an occasion for a young generation to test what is their attitude and to finish the secondary school with a better knowledge of what they want and what they want to learn eventually, or in which direction did they want to go. And this improves a lot the efficiency of the higher education, let's say, occasions and offers.
Thank you very much. Excellent. I think
and of course reduces a lot the unemployment, which is a top effect, the first effect.
Yeah, I think even higher education institutions in less developed regions can work as a pump that pumps the young people out from the region, because they get trained in areas which are not relevant for the region. So I think that it could even have a negative effect if you want don't get those connected.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. I think we have one question left, which is this one. Do you consider this kind of online training as an opportunity only for youth employability and entrepreneurship, or also for requalification of elder workers and entrepreneurs in transition towards sustainability models? Okay, so people so far seem to edge clearly to the fact that they are also beneficial for people with more senior profiles or with a higher age. I don't know if Annalisa would agree with this.
Yes, I think all the questions are very interesting, and as regional administration, we are working very much to elaborate many interventions in terms of vocational training education to connect the blue growth sectors and the enterprise needs so that this could improve the occasion of jobs and also requalification. So I think the results of these questions are in line with our strategic orientation. So it's very good for us. I confirm to continue on this end. Thank you.
Yes, I think you have a role model in the Mediterranean region, in my opinion, in a way. I've visited Barcelona Activa 2 times, and I think they are excellent at helping people at all ages in their career development.
Also because, if I can add, especially in Southern Mediterranean, including Italy, you have a slow rate of change inside the same companies, especially when they are family-based companies. And this is this could be an important contribution towards adapting the business model to the newest context. And this is not, this is generally a very strong element, because normally what happens is that it is easier that the company goes to stop its activity and another business, first generation business, restarts. But the problem is when the context changes, faces to the skills of the founder of the first generation, and that's a critical moment. And I believe this is the reason why this could be an important element.
Fantastic. I think this brings this panel to an end. I would like to thank all 3 wonderful speakers for helping me stay on the time mark without losing an inch of the interest of their presentations. I also like to thank all the participants for having shared their votes with us to give us a better idea about how they think and how they see the answer for these questions. Without further ado, I invite you all for a virtual break, a lunch break, or just a break for those of you observing the month of Ramadan. Thank you very much, and be back at 2 p.m. because we have then a very interesting panel on technological innovation for a sustainable blue growth. Thank you very much, and see you at 2 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, so welcome back, and I'm very pleased to moderate this session, the afternoon session, and it's about the technological innovation for sustainable blue growth. I'm very pleased to have speakers with me today, and we will go through immediately. Then we will have, as we did this morning, an interaction with the audience with some questions. So I immediately give the floor to Dr. Walter Guruppi from the Informest. They are leading a project called the Blue Cap. Walter, thank you for being here with us. And I give you immediately the floor. Please turn on your microphone, and if you want to share the screen, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Of course, thank you very much for asking me to participate, to take part to this workshop. I'll share with you my presentation, if you agree. Just a moment, please. Just. It's okay. Can you see it?
Yes, I confirm. Yes. Please put it on the full screen. I see
okay,
it.
Okay, you see it? Okay.
Very good. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, so I can go on. Thank you again, once more. I've been invited to present a new project that we managed last year, something more than last year, in fact, that can fully insert in the blue economy issue, because we managed Blue Cap in sense of strengthening the sea supply chain, working on mobility and the professional qualification improvement. Such are the issues. It's Blue Cap extended its Blue Knowledge Exchange program and creation of education system. It's an Italia-Croatia program funded. It ended in September 19, so it's after a duration of almost 2 years. I can say that it was rather important, rather partnership, being composed by mainly institutional partners. That means the Adriatic region, the region of Istria, region of Marche, and 2 development agencies from Croatia, especially from Šibenik County and Split Dalmatia County. That it's relevant because, as probably you know, in Croatia, the development agencies are de facto the operative branch of the counties of the region. So, in fact, and the partnership was in charge of Informest Gorizia. That it's an agency created about 30 years old by the Italian government that mainly deals in support of the activity of the regional administration of Friuli Venezia Giulia. Just to go on more deeply on focus about the project Blue Cap. Blue Cap is the result of the capitalization of 2 EU projects from IPA Adriatic 2014. Especially it was CAPAS and Blue Skills. I know you manage a similar project. Yes, but this one is rather different. The work was focused on school mobility, proposing some innovative solutions and guidelines for operative programs to overcome existing gaps and lacks in in the education system. About some of the main goals, as they were listed in the application form, project application form, it was the strengthening of the integration of the education systems in a view, in a cross-border view. So trying to act favoring the harmonization of the educations of both education systems, then creating condition for the integrated educational and professional framework, the same trying to support the implementation of the mobility of knowledge and the workforce. Then we intended to provide students with a valuable professional and educational experience, and at the same time, thus providing companies for future specialized labor force. We try to, I hope, to boost the brain circulation in a cross-border area, and implementing also the same synergies between enterprises and the education sector. So for such goals, we focus our attention on the nautical and technological secondary level institutes that are traditional for this area, both for Italy and Croatia. And so these institutes were considered as a sort of level to implement the innovation and project ideas. Some deeper presentation of the composition of Blue Cap works. We had some guidelines that represent, in fact, the pillar of the structure. We dealt with mainly with the accreditation procedure between schools, considering that it was not just simply putting together some school from Italy and Croatia, but making collaborate them, but also create a teachers network just to support such kind of collaboration. A network that was based on different study visit meetings, just to make grow the respective trust, knowledge exchanges, conference. We of course with the precise aim that such network could endure even after the project duration. Then another focus was the student selection, that will students that then participate to the mobility, the realization of the mobility plan for the students. It was rather articulated because the mobility was composed by some stages in classes and in the companies. The mobility plan was drafted in collaboration with schools and with the teachers, having in mind all the priorities that the schools have. And then the last pillar of the guidelines was the standardization of curricula. We tried to individuate a common solution that would lead us to the recognition of the acquired skills of the students during mobility. For such a reason, we prepared some technical education modules that students tested during the mobility, and then we set up an evaluation system for common competencies of these modules. A brief description of the same mobility. The mobility was composed, but first of all, in fact, mobility was lasted a rather long period from March to July 19. In fact, it began even earlier in December, considering the period in which was held the core language course. We needed to prepare students to go abroad. That means Italian students in Croatia and Croatian to come to Italy. And understanding that there are two different countries with different languages. Italian is Latin one, Croatian is Slavic. So I know that in something more than a month, it was a very short time to give any sort of preparation to them, but we tried to give them, to teach them basically some expression, sentences, words, just to easier be included in schools, in the social life they will have during the mobility. You have to consider that all the students were minors. So in many cases for them, it was also the first occasion to travel alone without their proper family. So that's the reason we also within the language course we thought to present the culture of the hosting country. The stages composing the mobilities were first in classes of the duration of 2 weeks, during which the students tested the modules. We tried to organize such stages, if possible, introducing the students in classes where they also could use English. For example, in Croatia, some subjects, some education subjects were already in English. Even if we had the proof that in most of cases the knowledge of English at school level is rather limited. So, but we tried to anyway to have an alternative of the limited knowledge of the language in the hosting country. Then we have some stages in companies in the internship of the duration of 4 weeks, and a list of extracurricular cultural activities during the mobility, just to complete, to fill up all the 20 hours the students were living during the mobility. Yes, I won't talk about all the aspects of the organization of the mobility. I'll make further some flashes at the end about the standardization of curricula. It's rather important thing that we tried to propose for technical modules that were adapted during the staging classes. There are modules related to the blue economy. You can see the maritime navigation, safety, Go and Learn. Go and Learn. It's it's a project presented some years ago within the Erasmus Plus program. So it was very interesting, but because already it explained the link between the needed link between school and the company and the working world, and then the blue economy. Such modules were, as I said, tested during the 2 weeks in class by students with the support of the local teachers, and then were tested and evaluated. This is important, also relevant, that we prepare a grid for the an evaluation system composed by a grid, a list of descriptor, to allow the evaluation of the participation of the students, just to have how would say a recognition of the acquired skills during the mobility. Here is briefly a structure of the objective of the project, just to have maybe a clearer idea. Starting as the three topics, starting from the innovation and specialization of the nautical sector, maritime sectors, the enhancement of cross-border cooperation between the productive systems, not only, but also between productive systems and educational systems. And then the threatening of the integration of edu system, that was the main Blue Cap action that led us to the proposal of standardization of curricula and tools for the evaluation. This is another schema presented some of the results of the project concerning the schools. We have comprehensively 12 schools involved and accredited, and we create a network of teachers, over 40 persons. 7 cooperation agreements signed between schools. Such cooperation agreements lead us to the student selection of 38 students, half Italian, half Croatian, and then to the student mobility action. For each student, we have to prepare a specific documentation, a mobility plan, and training program, and a learning agreement that was the complete comprehensive framework for the mobility for each of these students. Of course, the training programs were split in programming classes, as I said, and internship in companies, and such programs were evaluated, as you can see above, starting from the education modules, and the schema that means the grade for the recognition of credits. Last, I made some consideration with listing some issues we have dealt with during the project. It's just to see how we have faced and solved some problems during the 2 years project. I distinguished management topics or issues and technical educational one. First, from the managing point of view, we have to consider the coordination with schools. It was rather articulated, complex with 12 schools. Also considering that such a coordination included also the relation with all the teachers that were involved in the mobility. Then a problem we have to deal with that initially wasn't considered was a request made by schools that imposed an accompanied teacher for the students being the minor. That means for us more organization, more costs mainly. With considering that we had to support the cost of a dozen of teachers that traveled with the students. Another aspect was the time period for mobility that was necessary. Decided with schools. We had to
Excuse me.
Yes.
Could we have because we are a little bit behind the schedule, if you have more 1 minute, maximum 2 minutes more.
Yes, it's my last slide, if you know.
Okay,
slide. Okay, very well. Oh, no, I'll go faster. You'll go faster.
Thank you.
Okay.
Then at the end, you will have also the floor to respond.
Okay. Thank you. No, it's so just to finish. So the management part, all the difficulties were related to the organization, to preparation, to the preparation, and to the organizational logistic hosting during mobility for all the students and the teachers, accompanies teacher will. Because we have to consider all the specific requests by schools, so we had in some cases some troubles, but we overcome all the problems. Speaking from the technical educational view, the main problem was the different school curricula. We have to take into account that secondary schools in Italy have a 5 years period, while in Croatia just 4 years. So we have to compose the classes and the selection of students. Problems were also the teachers' availability, because even if we have the obligation of accompanied teacher, the teacher were also obliged to be present in their school. So we had a rather wide turnover of teacher, accompanied teacher, and another aspect was all the wide documentation we had to prepare. We had to prepare for the mobility from the school cooperation, learning agreement, mobility plan, and the training program. Said what last two things that I wanted to underscore are that the difficulties we had with the apprentice experience, the internship experience, because in Croatia, they have no such experience. For Croatian school, mainly internship is provided by school labs. So for them, the experience, being in a company enterprise was for students was completely new. And this implied also some difficulties to deal with companies, because from the Croatian part, Croatian companies have some hardness to deal with students. They didn't clearly know what to do with them. So we supplied to such an issue by involving more companies, so that the internship was split in for some students was split in different work environment. On the opposite, in Italy, the last sentence, the Croatian students have problem dealing with the companies, because without the experience, they weren't prepared to be treated like simple workers. So it was, I think it's important that because it represents the difference on what we have to work to try to integrate and harmonize such both systems. Last, I just added another slide with the project numbers, if you are interested. But just I won't talk about it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. Thank you very much. I'm sorry that I was so much.
No, I understand.
Because we have four speakers, and also we have the interaction later on. So just to capitalize what you have said, I took also some notes, and I thank you for that. So capitalization of human resources, even at early stage, bringing more closer the youngest, in this case, the schools. Knowledge exchange program is important, in this case, the bilateral program between Italy and Croatia, standardization of curricula, recognition of available school skills that would be available also, of course, for the market level, and matching with the market labor needs towards harmonization of education system. This is some points that I have taken notes on, and of course, the mobility program itself, hopefully, and we will be back to the standard mobility since the pandemic situation. We have been seeing that a lot of programs have been frozen, and the stage, of course, within the company, like internship, are very important. And the last point, but not least, you mentioned the cultural approach, which I found it very important and interesting, how the youngest could also share their cultural activities and traditions beside the language, of course. So thank you, Walter. We will be back for you later on. We
Thank
move
you
on.
very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move on, and I'm very pleased also to ask Dr. Martina Rossi from the technological cluster. She's the cluster manager of MARE-FVG. So, Martina, the floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much. I share my screen. I hope that you can see it in a moment. Okay. I will be very brief. Okay. I would just like to focus a little bit on the processes of innovation. Just before starting, really few words about what is a cluster, because basically it's not so common and not so renowned already. So we are a no-profit consortium, basically, and we've been established more or less 10 years ago. Then we became a consortium, and we have been awarded as a technology cluster in 2015, thanks to the recognition of the ministry and regional government. And then we extended our community just 2 years ago, hosting also some members from outside our region. Just to give you some numbers, so we are a consortium, so we group more or less 50 members. These members are shareholders. This means that they own a part of the shares of the capital of MARE-FVG. We have 24 affiliated enterprises and more than 200 stakeholders. I would just bring your attention for a while on those bar, which list the type of members that we have. You can read incubators, you can read like chambers of commerce, you can read research centers. I know that you mentioned some of them probably in your sessions before. You had a session exactly on accelerators, incubators, and businesses. This is probably important because I will talk very often about collaboration and ecosystem. Below you can find just an indication about the sectors that we are targeting, because yes, for sure we are inside the very big world of blue growth, but in reality we target some specific sectors, namely all the ship and boat building activities, the maritime transport together with all the services related to transport, offshore systems, and all the services related to leisure boating. Those are basically more traditional sectors. In the last years, we are also targeting some new sectors, like all the robotics sectors, basically related to autonomous vehicles, and also a part of aquaculture. We understand the sectors, but then we also focus on the value chains. What does it mean? We do not only say, yes, so we talk about shipbuilding and boat building, but we try to understand which are the products and the services that our territory is delivering to the world. So here you can find on the right side the main products like passenger ships, leisure boats below and over 24 meters of length, and so on. And on the left side, for the part of operation, there are mainly services and not directly products. So the transport of goods, the transport of leisure, and the transport of people. Now, the session that is much more interesting for the lesson of today is how we as a cluster can support technological innovation. First concept, we are one of the elements inside an ecosystem of innovation. So Mare FVG as a cluster is one piece of one tile of a broader mosaic. And in this mosaic, there are many other actors in our territories, but also in other European regions. Basically, you probably already know the concept of the 4-helix approach, which groups and try to establish links among those four elements: the research world, the citizens world, the enterprises, the private sectors, and the policymakers. Why do we work with this approach, and many other organizations work following this approach? Because we aim at building the critical mass that is needed to go ahead on the line of technological innovation. Another relevant element that you probably already know is the knowledge triangle. So the knowledge triangle is at the basis for a society built on knowledge. So the interaction between education and research are essential for both sectors. So education provides researchers to the research world, and the research provides some inputs for the education system. The same we can read among education and business. Education provides skills for the business, and the businesses need and ask for skills to the world of education. And lastly, research and business, which is their link. Basically, the private sectors ask for new innovative solutions, and the research world is able to provide those type of answers. I would say last basic point is the innovation funnel. Also, in this case, this is nothing new, and this is the process of an innovation. This is the process of something that starts from the left side and follows a process that brings it to become a real innovation ready for the deployment, ready to I would say reach the market. Remember this funnel, because in the next slide I will just compare what was a basic old concept, if I can use this term, which was the closed concept of innovation, which is the funnel, the light blue funnel on the left, where all the ideas and everything was intended to erase and from inside a business, from inside a research group. And it is compared with the green funnel on the right side, which is the modern concept of innovation and what is called open innovation. This means that initiatives and inputs and ideas should come also from outside our borders, from outside, I would say, the walls of our company and of our research. This is very, very much important because collaboration is the basis for many, many processes of innovation, especially if you'd like to be in the world of open innovation. What Mare FVG does, we have many activities, but I would like to group them in 4 areas. We are a local observatory of the maritime sector. We work in the area of skills and training. And then in the below part, we follow and we boost innovation ecosystems and networking, and we provide services for innovation. The technological innovation processes that we follow are basically in the bottom part of the slide, so innovation ecosystems and networking and services for innovation. But I will just give you examples of how the local observatory and the skills and training are essential elements to be able to guide a territory all along the process of innovation. With local observatory, we say that we basically analyze the needs of our territory. We map all the competencies and skills that we have on a regional territory. When we talk about innovation ecosystem and networking, we basically build connection among all the elements that we see before in the triangle of knowledge and in the four helix concept. So we link research with industry, industry with education, education with research, and everybody. So all those elements are guided through a connection with the policy level. Services for innovation are direct services that we issue and we offer to our territory, and skills and training is provided, not overlapping the activities. This is already provided by all the actors that are working in the education, training, and skills sector, but we try to organize some, I would say, parallel activities that complement the natural and the standard offer of education, bringing the skills much more linked to the need of industry. In terms of observatory, we have cataloged more than 1,000 companies only in our region, and we are proceeding in mapping their competencies to understand their needs. Why this is important? For example, you had a session on the smart specialization strategy. So this is one of the first links. We have been asked by our government, regional government, to coordinate one of the working group defining the next smart specialization strategies for our region. So our role is only a coordination role, but it's important to know all the companies and the actors that we have in our region to be able to involve all of them, or I would say the great majority of them. The activity that we provide in terms of capacity building, we started this activity in 2016. We involve students from, I would say, 8 years old up to students from the university in different activities, laboratories, conferences, and so on. These are the number of the public that reached out in those 5 years of activities. We are still working on this. This is very much important for us because we are trying to change the impression that the young students have about C jobs. And this is really, I would say, an issue for us because we have to present young people which are the many opportunities that they have in terms of job potential. We performed, I will go very, very fast on this, 2 professional master's degree on technical topics. This one was about safety, environment, and security, together with many actors on our region, on our territory. And this one was another professional master degree based on interior design concepts, always related to naval nautical sectors. We performed also an initiative dedicated to train the trainers. So something that is leading to improve the competencies of teachers of the high schools. And these are the laboratories that we are performing since 2016 for primary schools, middle schools, and high schools. Then going ahead, it is very, very much important the links that we have from our territories with other territories. We are working to build a network of relationships among clusters and among all the actors that are working around innovation. We have some projects running up to now. I will just mention 2 of them. One of this is a Cluster Act project, is aimed at bringing private funds, private investment funds to the companies that want to establish a new business in the maritime sector. And the second one, Innova Mare project, is again a project between Italy and Croatia and aims at establishing a network for robotics and sensors among those 2 countries. Our networks are not done related to projects, but also to bilateral connections. We have some bilateral connection with Italian and European platforms and clusters, as well as bilateral connection with single clusters, for example, in Croatia, in Bulgaria, and in Greece. Why do we have those networks? Because we want to establish some specific activities and give opportunities opportunities for innovation to our companies. This is one example. We provided and we organized an innovation challenge in 2017 together with the Croatian cluster, bringing 6 big companies in contact with more than 40 SMEs in order to match the needs for innovation and the answer for innovative solutions. We open every 2-3 years, more or less, a call for ideas that is followed by some working tables from which new collaborative projects can emerge and then follow their natural process. These are some numbers about our achievements in terms of services that we performed for along the line of the processes of innovation. We managed more than 30 research and development projects. These are all collaborative projects, so they are not projects led by one single actor, one single company, or one single research group, but those are, I would say, partnership projects that we help in the development. We published some articles, performed international roadshows to present the results of technological innovation outside our region, and then everything that is around this, so 40 events, promotional videos, photo shooting, and so on. What is next? I'm coming to the end of my presentation. We are looking at the future, organizing and working on some new concepts. We will be launching an open innovation platform as a service for our members and for our territory in order to catalyze and group many elements that we want to communicate to our territory, like funding opportunities for funding, like new opportunities to work with education and training world. We are working together with the territory and the regional government to upgrade the classification of skills, something similar to the standardization concept that has been mentioned before. And this is very important because skills are evolving, and they evolve also following the innovation, technological and not technological innovation. We are organizing some online laboratories also as complementary actions to the standard offer of education and training. Related to the bottom part, we are increasing the rate of private investments to fund processes, innovation processes, and we are working to promote a digital innovation hub for the nautical sector, so for a specific niche of the maritime world. Finally, we are about to launch working groups for new innovation projects that will be led in the next period. Just 2 concepts, and this is my last slide that I would like that you bear in mind. In every moment you talk about innovation and processes of innovation, there are 2 concepts that are guiding our next and our really near future. Collaboration, this is really essential. Collaboration is the first step for innovation today. And the second point is about circularity. We had and we talk about sustainable blue growth. We have, I think, to bear in mind that sustainability is hardly and strongly linked to circularity, but sustainability is not always as probably is intended an environmental sustainability, which is one of the main issues that our, I would say, the global and the world has to face right now. But sustainability is also social sustainability and economic sustainability. And the social sustainability, especially for the maritime, is a very big challenge. Okay, this was my last slide. Thank you. I will be available for the Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martina. Thank you. We'll be looking forward later on also for after the questions with your interaction. So as you have seen, this cluster encompasses many realities on like enterprises, like research centers, chamber of commerce, SMEs, and so on. So you have been also how they diversified also the sectors. Now they are passing to robotic and sensors besides shipbuilding and ship repair, and also support of technological innovation. So innovation was one of the key words that we have been listening to it since the beginning. So I compliment also with you, Martina, for the work you are doing, also on linking education, research, and business for innovation. Innovation, which you called open innovation, where you have the internal and external ideas that have been contaminated inside the same funnel. So thanks a lot. We move on, and I'm very pleased also to have with us Professor Phoebe Kandouri from the Athens University of Economics and Business. She's the president-elect of the European Association of Environmental and Research Economists, and she's also the co-chair of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solution Network Europe. I'm very pleased that also we share the same visions. I was working for UN for many years, and now I'm also member of the UN Sustainable Development Solution Network in Italy with the University of Siena, so with Angelo Riccaboni. So I'm very pleased to have you here with us, Phoebe. The floor is yours, please, go ahead.
I'm very pleased to be with you. I am very pleased to be working with you at the University of Siena within the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and in particular with Angelo. So thank you for having me here. I will try to very quickly go through a review, let's say a bird's eye view of the current policy situation with the COVID and the economic crisis that we are facing, and then showcase how blue growth through research, innovation, and policy can help rebuild back better. So usually I start on my presentations these days with the three big tsunamis, the big pandemic, the measures that we are taking in order to contain the pandemic, and of course the vaccine that we hope that will be instrumental in containing the pandemic, the huge economic recessions that come from the pandemic, the short-run responses to this economic recession, and of course the mother of all crises, the climate crisis that is affecting all countries in the world and is costing billions of dollars annually, and unfortunately billions of lives over the decade. So in order to face this triple challenge that we are currently going through, the United Nations Sustainable Solutions Network were put together as a European hub with more than 400 members, and the mission of this hub that I am very honored to co-chair with Angelo Riccaboni and Adolfo Kolke is to work with Europe, work with the European Commission in order to align the European recovery with Agenda 2030, the European recovery from COVID to be aligned with the 17 SDGs. And for this reason, we launched a report a few months ago, and this report will be annual, which showcases the transformations for the joint implementation of Agenda 2030 and the European Green Deal. And it basically showcases pathways for a green, digital, job-based and inclusive recovery from COVID-19. The main messages of the report is that we have a moral responsibility to build forward better, because the pandemic-related recovery packages are financed by national debt, so they will be paid by future generations, so we should care for them. The good news is that there is an economic case for building back better. All research simulations of our team, but also across the world, show clearly, confirm that a green economic stimulus is more growth enhancing than a return to normal stimulus. And what is even more important is that this fiscal stimulus that we are attempting these days in Europe, in the US, and in other strong economies, it should not just boost aggregate demand, but it should transform public investments in order to shape a sustainable, fair, green, digital future and leverage private sector investment. Our long-run vision is the UN Sustainable Goals and the Paris Agreement, and of course the European Green Deal provides the right level of ambition and direction. Our report connects the 4 major initiatives, the SDGs, the European Green Deal, the European semester process, and the European recovery plans, and supports policy makers with actionable strategies that can guide EU-wide and national economic recovery. In doing so, we should always have in our mind the policy framework, the 17 SDGs with the 169 targets, the Paris Agreement, the need that has been highlighted by IPCC report in 2018 that we need to limit global temperature to a maximum increase of 1.5 compared to pre-industrial average temperature. This is much stricter than what we've agreed in the Paris Agreement, and also make sure that we understand the connection of these SDGs with what we have in Europe. In Europe, we have the European Green Deal. What is important to understand is that the 17 SDGs function as one integrated, holistic framework that can accelerate the transition to sustainability. And in 2019, at the Climate Week of New York, we've identified the 6 pathways, the 6 transformations that can enable the implementation of the SDGs: education, health, energy, decarbonization, sustainable food, land, water, and oceans. And this is where I'm turning my presentation to: sustainable cities and communities and the digital revolution to sustainable development. And of course, the European Green Deal can be accelerated via the recognition of the SDGs and this 6 pathway framework, because again, the European Green Deal focuses on similar access, almost identical access: climate neutrality by 2050, cutting pollution, clean tech leadership by European companies, and leaving no one behind, an inclusive transition. And of course, the European Green Deal is backed by 1 trillion budget, some EU budget and some to be leveraged by public-private partnerships. And of course, after the coronavirus, we all know that we have, in addition to the 1 trillion multi-annual financial framework of the European Green Deal, the 750 billion EU Next Generation, which basically consists of the Recovery and Resilience Facility and some other facilities like the Just Transition Fund, Horizon Europe, Invest EU. What is important to note here is that even after the major crisis of the pandemic, the recovery facility is still a European Green Deal in spirit facility. The spirit has not changed. It is absolutely consistent with the European Green Deal, because it requires that every investment that is financed from the recovery plan is 37% climate mainstream. It respects the do no significant harm principle to the environment, and it is 20% digital mainstream. So our future is green and digital. This is what our growth strategy, which is the European Green Deal, says. This is what our recovery strategy says. This is what the flagship areas under which the recovery and resilience plans are presented say. Our recovery focuses on powering up, renovating, recharging, connecting, modernizing, scaling up, reskilling, and upskilling. So within this policy framework, we've mapped the European Green Deal with the SDGs, and we showcase with machine learning strategies that they are mirror images, which is good because it gives one goal, one main objective for the politicians to go, but also for the holistic integration of all stakeholders to try to achieve. And in order to achieve, we need technological and investment pathways. And here it is quite important to understand this whole transition as a system innovation, a combination of system thinking and the process of innovation, so as to enable transformative change within complex systems. So the European Green Deal should be convinced on a systems approach, simultaneously addresses multiple objectives, policy instruments, technology solutions. The objectives refer to decarbonization, environmental sustainability, economic prosperity, social inclusion, many instruments as well, public investments, phasing out subsidies, market mechanisms, regulatory frameworks, regulations on land use, and many technological solutions. With regards to the actual pathways, we need to focus on power, on industry, and especially with regards to power, to phasing out traditional sources and use the optimal mix of renewables. With regards to industry, focus on the hard-to-abate segments, cement, iron, steel, petrochemicals. With regards to transport, focus on railways and roadways and airways and navigation, short and long haul. And with regards to building, identifying new guidelines for new buildings and retrofitting. And our road to climate neutrality will actually realize through renewables, nature-based solutions, and the circular economy that has been referred to before. And in order to achieve the increased emission of 55% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, we need 350 billion per year in addition to what we had before. This calls for sustainable finance, and it is quite important to understand that governments now need to make a significant long-term investments to support rapid recovery from the coronavirus. And in order to do that, they need to support innovation, which requires patient, long-term strategic finance. At the macro level, we need to reconceptualize financial stability and the mission of our central banks to include climate and environmental degradation risks. At the meso level, we need national public investment organizations to provide positive source of long-term patient finance, which will support sustainable investing. And at the micro level, we need companies to understand that switching towards sustainable green practices soon as will be the most competitive, most innovative, and most successful over time. And of course, we need to embrace sustainable finance, the EU taxonomy, this classification system for sustainable economic activities, which creates a common language for investors and lenders and can scale up private and public investments for the transition to neutrality. And we need a hybrid metrics for reporting not just financial returns, but also environmental performance and social performance. The transition to green and climate neutral sustainable world creates jobs, investments in line with the European Green Deal can lead to approximately 1 million new jobs. And what is also interesting to understand is that the distributional effects of key EU climate policies until the 2050 will be crucial and should be managed and the regressive effects of climate mitigation policies should be identified and should be mitigated. And combined mitigation policy options can ensure more equality, increased GDP, and increased employment, and have a progressive effect in all EU regions. In order to achieve all this, we need to have explicit criteria and holistic processes, both for environmental, economic, and social impact. And this is important not just for Europe, but as we identify in the Lancet Commission for COVID-19, which is a global exercise, all these are also relevant for the whole of the world. What do we do in the cluster for sustainability transition is that we focus on all these different aspects on technological, economic, financial, social, and policy pathways that will lead us to an inclusive transition to sustainability. We are composed of the Athens University of Economic and Business, where my chair is at the research lab on socioeconomic and environmental sustainability, the Athena Research and Innovation Center on Information Technologies. I lead the unit on sustainable development, which includes EIT Climate Hub of Greece, the biggest European public-private partnership for accelerating innovation for the transition to a climate-neutral economy and society. And I'm also heavily involved, as I told you before, in the Sustainable Development Solutions Network. We work in research and innovation projects, in innovation acceleration and deep demonstration projects, and education and training awareness with many master, PhD, undergraduate courses, with artificial intelligence, with virtual reality labs where we train investors, entrepreneurs, and politicians in sustainability, and of course, many events. Our main thematic areas are climate change, mitigation, adaptation, green, digital, just, recovery pathways, circular economy and nature-based solutions, and systems innovation approach. This is the first thematic area that we work. The other one is water, food, energy nexus, smart agriculture, and smart urban water systems. And we've been very honored to receive a big 10 million ERC award on SDG 6 on developing next generation smart urban water systems, which is a 6-year project. We also, as I said before, work in innovation and innovation acceleration, as we are the climate kick hub of the country. We accelerate many different startups in the spectrum of environmental, social, economic sustainability, and the transition to a climate neutral economy. We run a big maritime accelerator, and we also run professional courses and big global hackathons, all focus on climate neutrality. One big area that we work also is blue growth, and this is why we are here. And we all know the importance of blue growth in terms of gross value added to the economy and in terms of providing jobs. But we also know the great risk from climate change, degraded marine ecosystems, and persistent and growing risk of further damage from microbiological and chemical pollution and overexploitation. With regards to blue growth, we do many things. We have a global initiative for sustainable shipping and ports, Euro-Asian initiative for sustainable blue growth in the European and Asia seas. We have many, more than 30 Horizon projects on different aspects of blue growth. And as I said before, we run a very big European accelerator. We just launched that in collaboration with Climate Kick and many shipping associations and shipping industries and research institutions and innovation acceleration institutions. And our vision is to become one of the major players in the transition of maritime sector to climate neutrality and climate adaptation. In COP25, the last COP that we all attended, I'm sure, I will now go very quickly through our blue growth initiatives and projects. In the COP in 25, we've introduced the Global Roundtable for Sustainable Shipping and Ports, which tries to bring together all stakeholders that can mobilize the design of the pathways that can get us to climate neutral shipping by 2015, researchers, technology developers, ship builders, ship owners, ports, policymakers, and politicians. And we identify the contribution of sustainable marine harbor, but at the same time, we identify the challenges and we build pathways for the decarbonization. For example, bring ship-related policies in line with ambitious climate targets, or mobilize financial tools and investments like the one between EIB and ING, which built an agreement to support green investment for the European shipping market of a total value of 300 million. With regards to the Maritime Theme Accelerator that we run as a Climate Kick, our vision is to achieve the ambitious decarbonization of the maritime sector and become a strategic partner to this sector by supporting climate action and delivering ambitious climate ambition of climate neutrality by about mid-century. We provide services to the maritime industry, the challenge owners, and to the startups. And we have an acceleration structure that includes boot camps, workshops, peer-to-peer mentoring, funding up to from 5,000 to up to 500,000. And then we have a huge network of VCs where our startups can attract much more funding. We have demonstrates, demo days, demonstrations, and networking. This is the main partnership, but we also have a big associated pool of associated partners that support this initiative. Within this accelerator, I'm finishing. Yes, I'm finishing.
The next moderator will be so upset with me.
Yes, I'm finishing. So within this area, we run the deep demonstration on zero net emissions, resilient maritime hubs, and we implement this on various ports in Europe, including the port of Piraeus, but also in 450 ports around Europe. We also run this Blue Growth Initiative about the 4 Cs, but Nico Theodosiou will be talking about it next. We have many horizon projects on Black Sea, on shipping, on fisheries, on marine energy production and spatial planning, on wave energy production, on projects on plastic and waste reduction and circular economy, and projects on marine protected areas, as well as a big project called Brigade, which created an innovation window with more than 200 startups in the climate adaptation area. And of course, we have lots of research activities and 2 recent books of mine on the Ocean of Tomorrow, Volume 1 and Volume 2. We are very interested in creating partnerships and networking with all of you. Please send me an email for any information that you might need. Thank you very much.
Excellent. I'm sorry, yes, to have a limited time. Yes, I will really dedicate for you 1 hour and more the next time, honestly, because we want really to go deeper in what you are presenting. It's very interesting things that we have seen. And I hope that also the people that are today with us sharing the same voice. I'm saying, I had also put some notes, transforming the public investment and creating the private-public partnership within the framework of the Green Deal, and of course with the Agenda 2030 of the United Nations. These are not, it's just a sentence, but it's not just a sentence. It's a really, really big task. And I compliment with you what you are doing. The technological solutions and innovation systems that you have been presenting, and of course, how you will link all this for power, industry, transport, and buildings, and the development of your country, but not only, for the whole region and the whole Mediterranean. Thank you very much, Professor. And I move on, and then we will give you, of course, the floor for the question that we will receive from the audience. Very pleased to have with us Professor Nikolaos Theodosiou from the Aristissos University of Thessaloniki. very pleased also to say that I studied in Greece, in Chania, in Crete. So I'm very happy to have our friends from Thessaloniki too. So Professor Nikolaos, the floor is yours, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's very nice being here with you. This session was really amazing, and this is why it took a little more time than expected, but I think it was worth it. I will try to catch up a little with the time, just skipping a few things that are probably known to the audience. First of all, I'm Nikos Theodosiou. I'm a professor at the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki in Greece, and I'm also the chair of the Sustainable Development Solutions Network for the Black Sea, but I will say a few things about that a little later on. Of course, I'm not going to talk about the Sustainable Development Goals. I'm sure that we all know them by now, or we should know them by now. Just to point out one thing that Phoebe also mentioned, that these are not 17 goals. They are one goal. There's just one goal, our common future, which is discretized in 17 parts, but it's just one goal. It's our common future. Nothing else, nothing more, nothing less than that. And of course, this new approach of the sixth transformation that actually shows the complexity of the interconnection of all these sustainable development goals, and that one cannot focus on his efforts on achieving one of them or these goals or a few of these goals. We need to focus on achieving all of the goals at the same time, because they are so interconnected with each other. Now, when the United Nations introduced these sustainable development goals, they actually introduced a way of achieving them, of how we can move forward to achieve these sustainable development goals. And this is through these Sustainable Development Solutions networks that are actually networks comprising universities and research centers. And they operate under the auspices of the Secretary General of the United Nations and under the leadership of Professor Jeffrey Sachs. And their goal is to introduce new solutions, new ideas, new innovative ideas, because we all understand that with the technology that we have, it's an advanced technology, but it's still not enough to help us achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 or by 2050, depending on the goals that we already set. So we need new ideas, and this is why this workshop is very important, because it focuses on innovation, it calls for innovation, it calls for new ideas. It is addressed to young people and young professionals. We expect a lot from them, and through their interconnection and through their relation and their work with research centers and universities, we expect the younger generation to produce the new ideas, the new innovative ideas that will help us implement the Sustainable Development Goals. These networks are open to everyone. Anyone can participate. They are free. You don't have to pay anything. And you gain a lot, from publicity to connections to the fact that you represent a United Nations network and you are part of this global effort. So I really call to everyone to, if they're not already members of this network, to see, they can ask us how they can participate in these networks. It's easy, it's free, and it only has benefits. So please join us. This is a worldwide network by now. It comprises 40 national or regional networks. You see that it covers almost all the globe. There are a few gaps, still a few gaps, mostly in Africa. So we still need to focus our efforts in helping all these countries join this global effort, because it's for our own benefit. So these networks are either regional or national networks. So in the Mediterranean, we have, for example, SDSN Greece, we have SDSN Turkey, SDSN Italy, France, Spain, but there are also regional networks. And in this, the area of interest, the Mediterranean basin, there are actually 3 networks. It's SDSN Mediterranean, which is the main Mediterranean network. It's our network, SDSN Black Sea, because it also comprises countries from the Mediterranean. And of course, the new network, the network of networks, as we call it, SDSN Europe, where we have Phoebe as one of the co-chairs of this network. Now, our network, SDSN Black Sea, was it started in at the end of 2018. It comprises 12 countries, most of the countries of the Balkans, all the countries all around the Black Sea, up to Azerbaijan in the Caspian. It's a very, very extensive network. It's a wide network, a very difficult network with very difficult countries, because you understand the complexity of this area. Mediterranean is as complex as Black Sea, as a matter of fact. They are very different from other regional networks like SDSN Northern Europe, for example. You can understand that the relationship between the countries of Northern Europe have nothing to do with the relationship of the countries of the Mediterranean or the Black Sea. So we need much more effort to achieve our goals in these networks. What is very important for especially the young people that participate in our workshop today is that parallel to the SDSN networks, there are these what we call SDSN youth networks. There are networks that are addressed to young people up to the age of 30, and they are very, very active networks with a lot of activities. Young people know how to express themselves and know how to organize very, very attractive events. Even during the pandemic of last year, they haven't stopped, although this was a very significant obstacle. And they still produce a lot of activities, a lot of interesting activities. So please, young people who attend our workshop today, join these youth networks and be a part of this global effort. Now, coming to the Mediterranean, I know that you're a member of SDSN, I'm not sure, just Italy or Mediterranean?
At the national level, it's
SDSN Italy.
Yes. Yes.
So SDSN Mediterranean issues a report every year, and I wanted to present to you some of the results of this report, because I'm sure that they are of interest to our audience. You can find the full report on this link, and you can download it for free and read it. It's a very, very interesting report. Now, focusing on the countries of the network of SDSN Mediterranean, we see that there is a huge variety and is expected as far as the total ranking of the countries concerned. And of course, the SDG index. The SDG index is an index indicating the level of that each country has managed to fulfill its obligations on the Sustainable Development Goals. And you can see a huge variety. It's expected from such a diverse region as the Mediterranean, with distinct differences between Northern Mediterranean and Southern Mediterranean countries. This is the dashboard of the Mediterranean countries. And these are indicators with 4 different colors, 5 different colors actually, because it's also gray, which means that we don't have enough information. So green is good, red is bad. Just simplifying this dashboard, you can see very few green spots and many red and orange. So you understand that there's still a lot of work to be done in the Mediterranean basin. And this is again a figure from the same report, the Mediterranean, the Mediterranean report, showing the trend. Well, this is again very significant, because in order to be able to understand where we stand right now, you don't a picture, which is the previous indicator of where we are right now, is not enough. We need to understand how we are moving, if we're moving forward, or if we're moving backwards. This is very important to understand and to focus our efforts to these to the goals that we need to achieve. Now, this is a paragraph from the concept note of this workshop, and I put it here just to connect with what I'm going to present in the rest of my presentation. And it declares that it emphasizes on the declaration of the UFM about the skills and the necessity of involving everyone to participate and to focus on this goal of sustainable blue economy, incorporating, prioritizing education, training, scientific capacity, technology transfer, and all these issues that are discussed in this workshop. Just to go to what Phoebe presented very briefly, this is a new initiative that we started. We are in the process of organizing in our next steps. It's called the Blue Growth Initiative. It's under the UN SDSN umbrella. It is hosted, it's organized by SDSN Greece and SDSN Black Sea through SDSN Europe, but it also includes all SDSN networks of the areas of interest, either national or regional networks. It's based on the 4Cs initiative, which is again a UN SDSN initiative, connecting the 4Cs, the Mediterranean, the Black Sea, the Caspian, and the Aral Sea. This is again a very ambitious approach, because you can understand the differences, but also the similarities between these areas. So we need to gain from the experience that we have from this from our research activities in these areas in order to improve our goal to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. This is, as I said, an initiative originating from these three SDSN networks: Greece, Europe, and Black Sea. And our goal is to bring together scientists and research that is related to blue growth, and create actually a repository, research repository of what has already been done in this wider area concerning blue growth. But this will not be just a repository as the one we already know. It will be a smart repository using artificial intelligence agents and machine learning approach. So this will be something very useful for all partners and all participants. And this is why we call on you to join us. It's an open call. Whoever has research on blue growth is invited to join this this effort, this initiative. And if we all join forces, we know that we can do a lot of things. This is one of the main approaches of the SDGs and of the approach that the United Nations initiated. So you can find all the information. I can send you the presentation with all the links. So anyone who is interested can find the links that one needs to find more information, or contact us for more information. And please join our initiative. It's very, very important that everyone is aboard, because we need everyone to be able to achieve our goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Nicholas. Thank you. Thank you. I'm very pleased also to hear that. And we also the people to participate to this call. I also would like to remind also the young people under 30 that there is also a call for projects in the Mediterranean Youth Solution Report, that the deadline is the 30th of April, and the Mediterranean Youth Solution Report 2021, and people, they can apply for the UN Sustainable Development Solution Network. This project is also about sustainable development goals, and is with collaboration with UNEP-MAP, Mediterranean Action Plan in Athens. So thank you very much. I should move on. They are telling me that we have 3 questions from the audience, and we will use the same app that we used this morning. So please, I ask the speakers to be with me, if you don't mind, and we will leave the floor to my colleagues. Julia will send now the question on. Okay, so if you have the smartphone, please just take the barcode. If not, you go through the link, and we will have the questions. So the question number 1 is, in the context of blue growth, where should post-COVID recovery stimulus spending focus? Please write down a short phrase or a keyword, and then we will see it in cloud. So, okay. Small scale fisheries, education. Then I will ask Professor Kanduri if she is satisfied. Sustainability. It's a very difficult question, Professor Kanduri. You know why? Because even now here in Italy, for the recovery fund, we are still looking for where we should spend the money. So it's a very difficult question also, particularly now if you wanted to link it to the blue growth, maybe it's the last, let's say, of thoughts to think about the blue economy in this moment. Most of the money is going to the health system, which is okay, of course, but it's somehow we need to take this pandemic situation not as a crisis, but also as an opportunity. So we need to really reconstruct on that. If you want to comment on that, please.
Exactly.
Take the floor. Yes, please.
Yes. I think what would be crucial is to have an explicit marine spatial planning strategy. And within this marine spatial planning strategy and the Marine Strategy Framework Directive, to identify the focus areas that can bring faster job and growth multipliers. And these areas are, of course, the use of the seas and oceans for energy production, for aquaculture and fisheries, for sustainable shipping and sustainable ports, together with protection of Natura and other marine protected areas. So we need to manage spatially and over time the resources in our lands, in our seas and oceans, so that we avoid to destroy completely the ecosystem resilience as we did on land. So for me, priority is regulation. And within this spatial planning regulation and Marine Strategy Framework Directive regulation, we need to bring the SDGs and the European Green Deal. And the SDGs and the European Green Deal focus on sustainable energy, sustainable mobility, sustainable food production, climate action, and reduction of pollution. And all this can be mobilized by technological advancements, can be mobilized from top-bottom policies, but they can also be mobilized from bottom-up approaches. So what I am suggesting is an engagement of all relevant stakeholders in order to co-design the pathways for the technologies we need, the policies we need. Most of them are there, they need to be integrated, and the financial resources we need in the context of sustainable finance and EU taxonomy. Such an explicit pathway will allow us to identify the business and investment opportunities that will bring growth and job multipliers. And I very quickly state climate neutral shipping, sustainable ports, energy production from the sea, and aquaculture.
Thank you very much. Good, so I can see a very nice cloud that we will be, of course, taking in consideration. Thank you for the input, very nice. So we move on. The next question, please, Julia, thank you. Okay, in the periods of strong uncertainty, where your business as usual is strongly modified, would you rather push on external collaborations or you rather focus on your internal business? Please select one option. Martina, are you satisfied with the answer?
Let's wait some seconds, because on percentages we have to have at least a good number of answers, otherwise.
Yes, absolutely.
No
the exit
sense.
one. Yes.
Yes, the idea of this question was related to the experiences of our, especially of our SMEs, of the small companies that are working in the maritime in our territory, because we think that in this moment, and this has been confirmed by many companies, many of them had more time, unexpected time to think about new ways, new ideas, new businesses, new markets, also to develop new products. And so we think that probably this is the moment in which we have to push on transfer of technology. So to go in research centers and go to researchers and ask them which is your best solution and where would you like to be, would you like to present it? So this is the moment in which companies are thinking about really diversification. So how understanding how they can change their businesses, improve their businesses, and this is the right moment, because as we see in this session, there are very good opportunities right now, many funding opportunities, and many ecosystems that can support SMEs. So probably, well, now that the poll is fixed, yes, definitely the moment is good to reinforce collaboration right now and invest on collaboration, establish collaboration, but also new collaboration. So try new ways and new, horizons. Try to discover how potential new collaboration can lead to innovative solutions and new businesses.
Very good. So thank you very much. Let's move on. The last question, please. Okay, so if you develop a technological innovation at technology readiness level, TRL 4 or 5, and you would like to continue until market deployment, which actors do you think will support you most? select up to 3 options. So you can see, for example, the people are saying incubators, accelerators, research centers. Okay, so we are still, I'm usually saying at least we reach a significant number of answers.
Just a general comment, since
Yes,
we're waiting for some more answers to come, and so that the percentages will slow down and fix a little bit. It is interesting that many of us absolutely perfectly know what is an ecosystem of innovation. So they know where to look for partners and for initiatives, for funding, for accelerators, for opportunities, and for everything. There are many other key elements and key actors that do not really know all the actors that are involved in innovation processes. And especially when we talk about technology, we know that we can find many resources in different boxes, as I usually say. So in the world of research, as well in the world of private companies, in the world of policies, so new funds. But so the purpose of this question was, again, the point of try to understand who is belonging to your ecosystem of innovation. So usually ecosystems of innovation are, well, could be global, could be national, but also are local. So you work in a territory, you live in a territory. It is useful to understand where you are and which are your neighbors, the persons and the others with whom you can work with. So.
Very good. So excellent. If you don't have any other comment, I thank you very much. I thank the speakers of this afternoon session. Thank you also for the technical support from this poll for the questions. I look forward to see you soon, and I wish you all the best. We should move on. I excuse the next moderator, which is so I would say that. So I will take the floor again, and we will start the next session. So thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you. See you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so here we are, and I'm very pleased to pass to the next session, which is about the talent circulation and partnership building. I'm very pleased to have with us from the Union for the Mediterranean, Alessandra Sensi, Environment and Blue Economy. Alessandra, welcome. And we have also Irnaya Tansa from the Euro-Mediterranean University, and Professor Anastasia Zabinutur from the University of Thessaloniki in Greece. I will give the floor immediately to Alessandra Sensi from the Union for the Mediterranean. Alessandra, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Munir, and many thanks to all for the invitation to this event. Actually, I had the possibility, if you allow me 2 minutes, I had the possibility to join just 20 minutes ago, but I was really impressed by, you know, the comments and even the questions. I found them indeed very, very interesting, and as you said, in a certain way, very challenging for such somehow a young public, and again, very interesting the feedbacks that were received. I will now move to the presentation that in a certain way links also with the inputs that my previous speakers, at least those that I could, you know, listen to just speaking before me, were mentioning. As far as the Union for them, can you see the presentation, sorry? Now, yes. Can you?
Yes, yes, go ahead, please.
Very good. Okay, so let me just go back to, you know, and recap a bit of history, as OGS itself was part of this process that we kicked off already in November 2019, before even the COVID came in. Indeed, as a result of the first, ministerial declaration on blue economy, there was a strong push towards indeed redirecting energies and focus in the light of the post-2020 agenda on blue skills, careers and jobs. And we had actually this first meeting, which should have been the first of a long series, already in November 2019, back to back with the UFM working group on blue economy. Just for your information, the working group is actually the sort of platform that we use among the 42 UFM countries and stakeholders to discuss and define, let's say, the priorities that the countries want to carry on as part of the joint agenda, in this specific case on blue economy, and define, let's say, the related action. So that was an excellent actually opportunity, not only to have the countries on board and the focal points on board, but also for the first time, a very broad, let's say, range of actors directly, let's say, committed and engaged in blue skills careers and job. You can find here actually the conclusion of that first event, which go, of course, from mobility programs to access to information, to coach, mentoring and matchmaking, as well as to an improved use of the MED Blue Economy platform, which is actually a platform that the UFM use to indeed, and let me link up actually with what Martina just mentioned, to, break walls among these boxes of different, let's say, community. And indeed, over time, has been able to create a very broad community of blue economy experts, but going, let's say, from the different categories. That meaning, from the research and academia to the private sector, to local authorities. So in a certain way, it's a platform through which the different actors can indeed exchange information, but also build indeed a new partnership for the many, let's say, different reasons they want to. So this is really a summary of what we discussed at the time. There is actually a point that for different reasons, here wasn't mentioned. It was a very interesting discussion on the increasing the cooperation between academia and the industry, of course, at the benefit also of youth, new skills actually for maritime professionals, diversification of the traditional maritime sectors to improve indeed the attractiveness. The types of, let's say, skills that were required with a strong accent actually on the softer skills that were going actually to management, to language, to digital knowledge, as well as the already existing mobility programs, which could be further, let's say, fostered. And indeed also the use of the maritime transnational clusters. There was also a very interesting conversation at the time on women in blue economy sectors, and we picked on that, and we are actually still working on that. Now, that was, however, a different life, a different scenario, because it was November 2019. It was before the COVID came in. We were actually planning to have the second UFM ministerial declaration on blue economy in early 2020, but we were somehow, caught by surprise, and actually I would even say not so much by surprise, thinking about how the world was actually going. So that should induce actually a deeper reflection indeed. And let me link also with the professor from the University of Athens that was actually strongly put in the accent on the environment, impacts that our activities were generated, where indeed there was a pause in a certain way, or necessary pause of reflection due to the COVID. In any case, the work of the working group went on. The commitment of the 42 countries was still there to renew basically the political commitment towards a second ministerial, integrating, and that's why we took a bit longer actually to come up with a ministerial, which was just approved on the 2nd of February 2021, to integrate actually the reflections done on the COVID crisis and the impact actually on the blue economy sectors. And finally, on the 2nd of February, as I said, this, I would say, outstanding declaration was approved. This is an 11 pages declaration, which sets actually the agenda of the 42 Euro-Mediterranean countries for the years to come. As you see here on the left, in a nutshell, really, the declaration itself identified the joint challenges in the key blue economy sectors. As it was mentioned before, addressed the COVID crisis with a strong accent on sustainability, and that's why, though that applied also to the previous ministerial declaration, this ministerial declaration has directly in its title sustainable blue economy, and then indeed seizing the emerging opportunities to create jobs, and indeed in particular tackling youth and women. As you can see on the right here, we have, let's say, a very broad range of priorities, and I would say even sectors, that in a sort of integrated approach, the 42 countries decided to tackle. There is a particular, let's say, section on research, innovation, skills, career, and employment. And but I would say that this is not just a section, it's a sort of underlying cross-cutting element all over the ministerial itself. In terms, let's say, of activities, there are many initiatives, of course, going on in relation to what's stated here. Let me mention the most, let's say, known, for example, the WestMed, which is a sort of advanced partnership for the WestMed Mediterranean country, but still open, let's say, to upscale whatever further advancement they have also to the broader region. There are many regional action topics, for example, related to marine litter was mentioned before, marine renewable energies, of course, on the use of maritime spatial planning and integrated coastal zone management as important governance tool. And I would say also other, let's say, more specific research initiative like the BlueMed that the UFM has already, let's say, strongly engaged in terms of making of it a Euro-Mediterranean, let's say, initiative. I'd like also to mention the importance of the tourism sector. For the first time ever in the UFM ministerial declaration, we had a specific request for a sort of agreement among the countries on tourism, which is of course a priority sector for the entire region, and it's also a priority sector in terms of employment opportunities, again, for the youth and women. I'd like also to add that as all this, of course, has to be contextualized within, let's say, the current crisis, socioeconomic crisis that we are going through. Of course, tourism is one of the first sector that we are, let's say, tackling. We are looking into preparing basically a report for the entire region so as to see which are basically the enablers for sustainable, let's say, recovery, where aspects are related to the seasonality, sustainability, digitalization are indeed being looked at. Let me now move indeed to the declaration, more specifically on the part related to marine research, innovation, skills, career, and employment. You can see here the issues, so the disparities in research and innovation, the mismatch between the skills of the labor force and the evolving needs of the industry, which I guess were already highlighted. And indeed, there are, I know by experience that are already, let's say, in focus within the existing program, and of course the shortage of attractive jobs. In a certain way, even within the discussion that we had over time, there was a strong perception that the blue, let's say, careers are not enough, let's say, attractive, and let's say the new aspects of the blue careers should be made actually more evident, even to attract youth. On the needs, here you can find a summary of the need to prioritize, of course, education, vocational training, and scientific capacity. Again, to work with the private sector, which is actually what happens already by many of the various, training programs that are run, let's say, in the region. But also, let's say, to aim to indeed tackling, let's say, the employment challenge we are going through. In terms of support, as I mentioned, BlueMed was one of the initiatives launched over the past year. Full, let's say, implementation strategy has been developed over time. There is now a strong accent on a pilot action, in particular on marine litter, which will be actually part even on the next mission that DG RTT is looking at from 2022 onwards. And then, of course, the Startup Europe Mediterranean initiative to connect the actors related to innovation system. I'd like also to mention, sorry, we forgot to put it here, but there is also an important component of a new component of an existing program that is called SwitchMed, that DG NEAR has launched already some years ago. It's a very successful program focused on sustainable consumption and production and resource efficiency. And just very recently, DG NEAR has approved this new component focused indeed on blue economy. So activities are just starting now, and the contract is led by UNIDO. I'd like now to go to a publication that we are preparing. This is a sort of an evolution of a leaflet that we prepared on the occasion of the ministerial meeting. I don't know if that was already distributed by my colleagues. If not, you can find here, the link and the access. It has a sectorial approach, but again, with an integrated view. And what can be, let's say, of interest for you is that for each sector, there are two sections related indeed to youth and women from one side, and to the overall, let's say, employment opportunities that each sectors can offer. I mentioned already, sorry, before I go to that, I have also created the version of the presentation, so I was already skipping these slides. This is actually how you'll find it in the publication. So the trends and the youth and women aspects, as I just mentioned. And again, analyzed through the 4-pillar approach. So the knowledge enablers, the economy enablers, cross-cutting enablers, and technology enablers. I mentioned that before, that we have also, with the support of DG Mare, created and animated. We are still doing that, and it's actually our main channel of communication on blue economy as UFM. We have the Mediterranean Blue Economy Stakeholders Platform. As mentioned, this was originally set up to create a blue economy community, and we are impressed by the results that we got over the years. This has indeed broadened enormously over time, and it's a continuous, let's say, source of information. I mean, it's double managed, so by us, but also by the users themselves. By us as UFM Secretariat, as we do update it regularly, I mean, with all the information, events, and so on, which either we come across, or let's say users themselves ask us to put it to the attention of the entire region. or the users themselves can sort of upload it in their calendar. Through, let's say, the consultation that we had over the time, we were even requested to use this platform for, let's say, uploading more of the training material that is progressively also published. And indeed can include many different type of webinars or trainings, which nowadays are indeed of easy access. Going from, let's say, the generic to the more detail, on top of these, we have a lot and many actually projects sort of labeled or supported by the UFM. And I would like to emphasize that through their activities, they do contribute directly to capacity building. Some are more directly, let's say, tackling youth, but some other through their activities do provide continuous, let's say, channel of not inspirational, but of capacity, let's say on-the-job training, I would say, on-the-job training, which is actually what is very important. Let me mention Medcoast for Blue Growth. So you will have actually Bashir with you tomorrow, so we'll go more into the details. It's indeed focused on integrated coastal zone management and maritime spatial planning applied to the tourism sector. So we'll tell you how indeed, local authorities do manage to study, analyze, plan their different, let's say, actions in the areas. Can it be, renewable together with aquaculture, together with, tourism and maritime and, marine protected areas. So how, let's say, local authorities, for example, can ensure that all these activities be run in harmony. Or the project Plastic Busters, and again, you will be tomorrow with Cristina Fossi, that not only it's a professor, so directly engaged, in educational activities, but that through also this project and this very large, let's say, consortium ensures that team of researchers are constantly, let's say, engaged in monitoring activities related to plastics, and through the type of plastic that they manage to find, even just on the beaches, they are able actually to develop local strategies for mitigation on the marine litter program. Here, just to conclude, a series of upcoming events that we have, so webinars on digitalization. We will have actually back-to-back with the next working group on blue economy, a webinar, actually, a training webinar, focused on digitalization skills. And this is also because, we feel that with this second ministerial declaration, we need to go much more into the details of what the future skills have to be. We will have another one, most probably on skills and women integration. Again, follow up on the mismatch between, labor force and the evolving needs of industry. It was mentioned also by my speakers before, sustainable finance, sustainable tourism, renewable energies, and many more. Let me conclude by a point on partnership. The previous speakers referred to the SDSN network. We are also strongly part of it. So I would like also to associate myself to all what was said before, and the importance actually of the work that they did. Of course, we have also very direct link with OGS, CPRM, CM, and many other partners, just to say that not just, let's say, regional partners, but also international partners, many local partners, and this is part also of the lesson learned through the COVID, the importance of looking at local actions and local actors also that are more directly in contact with the, let's say, realities of the area they live in. On SDSN, I would also like to mention that with reference also to the Black Sea, we are also, looking at linking the platform that we developed for the Mediterranean to the one that is being developed with the Med Sea, and this because, by mandate, we have indeed to facilitate as much as possible contacts between countries, region, and indeed ensure that experience we gain over time can be indeed transferred to others. Many thanks. Sorry if I was a bit longer than expected, but stay available for any question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alessandra. This was clear, and also thank you for the messages and the invitation of being part of your network. So thank you very much for that. I'll just put down some keywords also for the audience. The immense work that you are doing, Alessandra, on the stakeholder platform that I also went through, and it's compliments for what you are doing. Also, I would like to say again, the role of the UFM for many of the ministerial declaration that have been behind promoting this kind of initiatives, and one of them is on sustainable blue growth. So thanks also to that huge work that you are doing. And of course, when you mentioned the initiatives in the Mediterranean to boost innovation and accelerate employment, to all the work that you are doing, networking, of course, with the Blue Med and the West Med and the Dialogue 5+5 and many other initiatives in the Mediterranean that bring, of course, benefit to all countries. So thanks also for giving us the possibility also to access to some publications. And one of them is, of course, towards sustainable blue economy in the Mediterranean that is also downloadable PDF. Alessandra, thank you very much. We need to move on, and then at the end of the presentation, we will have also space for questions. So let me call now Yerneia Tansa from the Mediterranean University, Head of Academic Affairs. Yerneia, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Munir, and thank you all the organizers for including me into this training or workshop on blue jobs and cross-cutting skills for young professionals. I wish I was able to see you in face. And sadly, I'm just speaking in front of my screen, which I'm still quite challenged by, I have to admit. So I haven't completely switched my skills to digital interaction yet. That's definitely a skill for me to nurture. But I do appreciate this invitation to contribute my thoughts and obviously also the work by Emuni. But mostly it's really, I spent quite some time thinking about the skills that are necessary in the context of blue economy. And so this was for me an opportunity to bring them together and share them with you. But first, before I do that, just a few words about the institution where I come from and where I work. The Euro-Mediterranean University was established in 2008 with a mission to foster integration of higher education and research area in the Euro-Mediterranean region, mostly through cooperation of existing institutions. We were established as one of 6 priority areas of the UFM, and we are located in a coastal town, Piran, in Slovenia, which is in northern Adriatic. And as you see, we're sort of being located on the Slovenian coast makes us be very close to both a number of Italian towns, either via sea or land, and Croatia. So what I'm planning to do in this contribution is to hopefully respond to what was expected of me, and that is to think about the role of talent circulation and partnerships. But before I do that, I wanted to take a step back and think about the capacity building for blue economy. So I intend to dedicate some time to just going back to what we mean by blue economy, because that presents to us a frame on which or towards which we build capacity. Blue economy is obviously means a lot of things to a lot of people. There have been numerous interpretations and definitions, And I am sure that throughout the day you have touched on many of them or started to think about their different values they present. But one I have just, for the purpose of this event, selected to concentrate on is really shows the three pillars that can that usually represent the key highlights of blue economy. So blue economy can mean the overall contribution of the oceans to economies. It can mean the need to address the environmental and ecological sustainability of the oceans, and it can mean the ocean economy as a growth to opportunity or as a new frontier for development for both developed and developing countries. And even within this one definition, you can see an inherent tension that there is, and there continues to be, between conservation and exploitation. And as much as we might shy away from that, that is certainly a tension that is present throughout. And various other terms have tried to, I'm not sure why it's not moving. Various other terms have tried to capture that tension. We see that there are notions of blue justice, blue growth, ocean economy, blue commons, each with its own highlight or emphasis on a different value. And of course, the notion of blue economy is situated within the broader discourses of green economy, sustainable development, and of course, since 2015, also sustainable development goals, of which we have number 14 being focused precisely on life below water, or we tend to think that an SDG number 14 is actually the blue economy goal of sustainable development. A lot of times we also think and speak of blue economy in terms of sectors, both established sectors and emerging sectors in this area of marine and maritime sectors. But other things that we are forgetting about and other activities are those that have been really quick to present to you, and they relate to values that are normally not captured by these sectors. They are conservation, recreation, perhaps ocean as a source of spirituality, curiosity, fascination, and simply peace as well. And one thing that's quite often forgotten is that a large part of the ocean has been dedicated or proclaimed as common heritage of mankind. And this conversation between exploitation and conservation that is still very much present today has been held in the past. And we had the Law of the Sea Convention on the Law of the Sea, which was adopted in 1982, which precisely was trying to clarify what the oceans and the seas mean to humanity. And the conclusion and an agreement that was adopted by a large number of countries is that the law of the sea is a legal order that is dedicated to certain values, and peaceful uses, equitable and efficient utilization of resources, conservation of living resources. The study, protection, and preservation were the key values for which we agreed we are essentially conserving and sustainably using ocean resources. So the idea of the Convention on the Law of the Sea was to create a just and equitable international economic order, which takes into account the interests and needs of mankind as a whole, and in particular, the special interests and needs of developing countries, whether coastal or landlocked. So I think it's very important to go back to this constitution of the sea as we know it, because it's been quite often forgotten about, and we seem to reinvent, or we seem to be looking for new answers to a question that has already to some extent been settled in the past. Now, with increased focus on regionalization and increased focus on having countries cooperate also within their seas rather than just at the global level. We have had some processes at the Mediterranean level, and Alessandra has been very comprehensive in spelling them out, obviously with UFM acting as a central force there and the central organization. And one that I also think is very, very much important is currently the UN Decade of Ocean Science, which has, within the framework of which we held also a workshop on the future of the Mediterranean Sea. And it has set off a process of consolidating the knowledge and the aspirations that we hold with regards to the Mediterranean Sea. We also have, obviously here on the left, you see just an extract or a view of the, what has already been mentioned, the UFM Ministerial Declaration on Sustainable Blue Economy that acts as an important focal point, and BlueMed alongside the others that have also been mentioned. So these represent kind of starting with the UNCLOS and then focusing and zooming in on the Mediterranean. We have some governance structures in place, and we have some aspirations and goals that have been settled. And so I think in thinking about capacity building, we should definitely go back to these goals and to the roots of our aspirations as to what we want to achieve with capacity building. So capacity building, and as you see, I prefer to speak of capacity building rather than skills. With capacity buildings, we should root it within what our aspirations are. And the reason I prefer to speak of capacity building is that capacity building consists of things that go beyond skills. They consist of knowledge. There's certain knowledge that's needed in the future talents or anyone working in the sectors of marine and maritime sectors. They need to have certain knowledge, of course, certain skills and certain attitudes. And I think by focusing narrowly on skills, we are losing out also on the knowledge that there is and the certain attitudes that should also be fostered alongside skills. And another thing that I would like to emphasize is that we should be looking at capacity building that's broader than just the current generation, and we should look at it as a process that has certain roots in the past and also broaden it out to what are essentially generations of future graduates and professionals that will be working in these sectors. But we have to be thinking about them even now and educate them as soon to be a generation, a working cohort. So alongside the young professionals and graduates, we should also be thinking about the kids, of course, and the broader public. So in the context of that, I see a lot of scope for ocean literacy, which I see as a foundation and a kind of lifelong learning process. So the question, or actually our preoccupation with the skills gap, which which at least I have been hearing at least since 2014 or so, and we persistently hear about the mismatch between the skill that employers want and the skills that job seekers possess. And we have, I think, sort of quite often fallen into that trap of skills gap. I would like to see that question being shifted around and be asking ourselves about the consensus gap. And my thinking goes that actually we do have a prior consensus gap as to what is it that we want to be building skills for. And my guess is also that we might have an ambition gap, which is that some of the visions of the oceans, which we have agreed towards, may be quite difficult to achieve. And this is why we might be looking for an easier way out, which is just continue with the skills that we have deployed on terrestrial systems and not doing really different things on the sea. And instead, we should be, I think, starting with looking at blue economy and the skills needed in this context from a broader perspective. I'm quite lacking, and my aspiration is to see a kind of a complete competence framework in the area of blue economy. It would go in the direction of some of the competence frameworks that we have set out in some of the other areas. Namely, I have taken here a screenshot of digital competence framework for citizens, which has been structured in a way that looks at broader issues than just skills, but it looks also at knowledge and abilities that are needed in this area of digital competence. And much the same way, I would like to see that we have a kind of a blue economy competence framework. Of course, that process or that output would require, I think, a comprehensive and a very structured process. And I believe that the best way or the best tool to achieve it would be a thorough foresight study. Note, this is not a forecast study, but a foresight study that would build it. And foresight exercise is essentially a systematic, participatory, future-oriented, intelligent guesses built rather than opinion built process. It is related to our vision and to mobilizing action. So here I see there's a gap for the blue economy competence framework on which then skills and knowledge would be built. It would, so the outcome would look a little bit like that, where we are now, where we want to go, and what are the obstacles from the progress or the goal where we want to get, and then identifying the barriers. Now, coming to the starting theme of this panel, what role is there for talent circulation and partnership building in the context of capacity building for blue economy? It was a difficult question because I see it's very much inherent in collaboration, as we see that we are moving towards coordinated approach among countries and cross-border collaboration on blue economy, which I think has been very much, so this shift towards more collaboration has been, I'm sure, presented throughout the day. And to me, inherent in that, of course, is talent circulation and partnership building. So what I wanted to do to answer or to tap a little bit more on the question of talent circulation is to just think about the instruments that we could deploy to accomplish it. And here are some ideas what this talent circulation and partnership building would entail. It would entail various forms of visits to other institutions, study, work, short or long-term stays, training programs, conferences, meetings, and cooperation in networks, joint activities, and as we have seen over the past year, whether we like it or not, also online exchanges and virtual mobilities are becoming part of this talent circulation and partnership building. So I guess all of us are doing some of that now, and there's almost never enough of it in the context of blue economy. And I also tend to think that all of the activities that we see happening in the region at the moment entail at least some dimension of talent circulation and partnership building. The Euro-Mediterranean University also, of course, exercises that. It's our raison d'être, and we also participate in various initiatives and various projects, various programs, which some of which I have listed on this slide. We are running Blue Economy and Sustainability Summer School together with OGS, which we are very much engaged in these days with developing the program and selecting candidates. We are participating in the building of two very relevant master degree programs, one in smart environment and climate change management, and one on sustainable management of fisheries and aquaculture. We had a startup action funded by BlueMed, which developed a labeling scheme for Mediterranean small scale and artisanal fish products. So it touched upon, this was a research action. And we, of course, participate in some of the pertinent partnerships and networks that relate to research in marine connectivity and ocean governance, among other things that are perhaps more strategic and less project and program focused. So the outcomes of this talent circulation and partnership building are, here are some of the expected outcomes. And I was hoping that these act as kind of motivation for the candidates, our listeners today, and as a way of structuring the thoughts and why this is needed. So certainly any kind of these activities that I mentioned before contribute to awareness of material connections and of our close and inherent interdependence in the region. They contribute to knowledge of regional policies, and I have not been hiding the fact that I think there are strong regional goals that should nevertheless further be enhanced, and any kind of mobilities contribute towards an awareness of that regional those regional goals and policies. These actions also contribute towards awareness of differences and perhaps challenges in the region, also in towards an awareness of challenges in different parts of the regions, so as to not assume that we are having the same starting point, because we really are not, but we have to work towards that cohesion. It contributes towards best practices and their replication, towards network building, having contacts, and this is one of the things that we cannot overemphasize. It's by having this network and contact that I think any kind of action is possible today, and just the fact that we are meeting here because many of us know each other as speakers comes from the fact that we have been seeing each other around and contributing on various actions. And much the same way, young professionals today have to get to know their contacts, which will be their future co-workers and their future point of contacts and points of inspiration and collaborators. So this is immensely important. I also see that this is contributing towards motivation. Very much it acts just going somewhere and seeing other people and seeing that they work towards the same goals, of course, acts as motivation for implementation and for initiation of new actions. And of course, any kind of exchanges, mobilities, circulation of brain contributes towards intercultural understanding, which is almost like a foundation for any meaningful work in this area. Having said that, I thank you for this few minutes, and I believe there will be more time for discussion, and also I think there will be more time for building a process and of course contributing towards building very specific skills and very specific attitudes that we need of each other really in this process. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Irnaya. Thank you for this, of course, comprehensive presentation. I think that people that had participated in some of summer schools organized by UMINI and OGS, of course, they are here today since we expand the invitation to them, so they know also these beautiful pictures that you have been showing us. Thank you also for showing us the network of the Euro-Mediterranean University, the link with organizations like the Union for the Mediterranean, of course, a very important link, and the collaboration with other partners. Just not to, let's say, diminish the importance of skills. Of course, what we are doing, we do not overlap with the academic courses of universities. From our side, we are building skills at different levels. We are trying to match, of course, the market labor needs, and through the developing skills, we are trying to offer these needs what they really are looking for. The famous sentence, the job I need needs me. So we first look to find the gaps and try to match skills and jobs. Of course, your role or your academic role as a university is very important, and building capacities and building capabilities is also important to complete also these aspects. We will be back, of course, with you later on for the questions. Now we should move on, and I'm very pleased to invite Professor Anastasia Zabinikiou from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki in Greece, and Vice President of RMA, which is Réseau Méditerranée des Écoles des Ingénieurs. So, Professor, the floor is yours, and thank you for accepting our invitation.
Thank you very much, Munir. Thank you very much that you arranged very, very well in the last moment. I replaced Olivier Poiron here, but okay, it's wonderful.
Thank you.
It is really a very nice day today. It's wonderful. Your workshop, I congratulate the organizer. It's wonderful. It's very, very interesting. It's late maybe now, and you are tired, and being in front of the computer so much time, maybe it makes just a little our head busy. But I keep for the last one interesting thing. The previous speaker, they introduced kindly what I want to say and to present. They were speaking about gender equality, they were speaking about capacity, they were speaking about values, about many other things. So I will speak about this. We have spoken so much about all these skills, technological development, environmental, economical sustainability, but if we green everything, oceans, earth, and everything, and we have inequalities, then sustainability is still lagging behind. So we need to tackle inequalities as well, and to develop this kind of skills where we can combine all this technological innovation and solutions with equality, because we go towards sustainability and equitable societies. So thank you very much for the ladies. They introduced me very well, and I will give you an example, a very good example of practice, what we are doing on this. But first of all, I will share my screen. Yes. Just a moment here. Just a moment, just a little. Do you see it or not?
Not yet.
Not yet. So I have to share again. Share. And now?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes. Now, if you can put in full screen. Very good. Excellent.
Okay, we are here then. So, as you said, I'm Anastasia Zabinikiou. I'm a professor of Thessaloniki University, Aristotle University, colleague with Nikos, who presented before. But I'm here with another hat. I'm the vice president of the RME network, which is the network of engineering school of the Mediterranean. And I replace Olivier Boiron, who could not come, who is the executive director of this network. So I will explain, I will give you some insights about this network. It's the oldest network of all this network that we discuss here. EMUNI was created later. I mean, all of the other networks, this Black Sea, because I'm of the first member, of the founder member of this network with Léo Vincent. Léo Vincent was our president, and he is the founder with some other French people of this network. So I will present this network, and I will focus mostly on this principle of the gender equality principle, where we're working very much now in these recent years, because we benefit from a European project, which is the Target project. So let's go. So this network, you can see here, it's a Mediterranean, a territory network. It's based in Marseille, concentrated in Marseille. It was created in 1997 in Marseille. And at that time, we had about 100 schools, engineering schools, and Grande École from the Mediterranean. Today, after so many years, with so many upheavals in the Mediterranean, we are about to have 28 who are active, because there are many others, but they are not active. So if I want to present exactly what is this network, it's what I have behind me here. You can see this poster. It's a Mediterranean network regrouping all the engineering school of all the countries of the Mediterranean region. It benefits from a chair on sustainable development innovation by UNESCO. It benefits from a group of students. Youth is here. We speak about youth. It benefits from the Target project, which is a project of Horizon 2020 on gender equality in academia. It's in academia, but we work for gender equality across all the SDGs. So, and we do that through education. And we do that in the domain of engineering schools and engineering education, which is really a difficult domain for gender equality, you know very well. It's very good for technological innovation. It's wonderful because there we build capacity for this. But if technological development does not go head to head with these values of equality and sustainability, then we're lagging behind. This is, I mean, the whole picture of our network. If I want to present with the schools, I give you this scheme here. We have the network, the core is a network, the core is the Mediterranean, and we are in the Mediterranean. And we have around this network, the GAME, which is regroup the youth, all the students of the Mediterranean schools and alumni and young engineers. We call GAME, and we call GAME because it was created in Italy and is from the Italian word in a short term, Giovanni Ambassadori per la Mediterranea. And the premises are in Roma, in Italy, for the youth, but they are connected with RME. We give it, I mean, this group of young people, it's a self-assembling group, but connecting and inspired or collaborating or co-creating with leaders from the RME network. So how it was created, this network was created based on a common political will to highlight the specific strength of the Mediterranean and to network all these Grande École and engineering schools and to do another kind of learning for sustainability, sustainable development, different than the university do. And to go from top-down learning approaches that the university have usually, from down up, in assembling, in a volunteer base, in inspiration, in co-creation, completely different values from your universities. And it was based on a shared common values. So values and ethics is very important for this network. And this, we started with the values of equality among countries and generations, of mutual respect between people, solidarity and peace. Because through all this, someone can expect to construct peace. And so the vision is sustainable development and equitable societies. The mission is to do this through education and young people, by bringing the Mediterranean countries and its people through the common history, cultural heritage, natural resources issue, environment, energy, blue economy, circular economy, all these types of new concepts. And the aim is to protect or to give to the Mediterranean back what we envision, a level of development that deserves, through youth and education. So I told you about the GAME. This is the logo of the GAME. And the GAME, what is doing the GAME, this is a best practice of this network. It organizes every year the Michelangelo workshop. Michelangelo, because of the painter Michelangelo. Why? Because in this workshop, we try to bridge the science with art and culture. And we use all this Pythagorean approach, Greek and Roman, based on Greco-Roman civilization, of teaching science with art. And this we do with theater, with poetry, I give you an example of when COVID came and we could not organize the latest last year, but this was the year 2019, and that was disaster risk reduction, resilience to disasters, and gender inequality. And we tried to bring this, I mean, all these sections of sustainability, of SDGs, to go with the horizontal, to connect them with the horizontal principle of gender equality. And this is really, really has a remarkable success, because you don't imagine how young students with art and with games and with culture, they bend and they became really the change agents. And this is our dream, to create change agents. All these young students, they will have, and they will take the capacity, and they take the capacity, of course, too, and the skills for innovation, technological innovation. But now I speak only for this part of the network vision and mission, to connect all this technological innovation and knowledge with social change. And that's why we created there. And we do that not by imposing this, not by bringing a concept or sophisticated knowledge, by practice, by community of practice, and by these workshops that are based on art, on trust, on the feeling that they belong to the same family, they share the same values, and they trust, and they feel joy and happiness and pride, which is emotional capacities as well that we have to build. Because it's not only the technological capacities, these are very important for knowledge and skills, I can assure you. And then what we do with all the students, with all these people in this network, it's of course to create capacity and skills to face all these challenges, the global challenges, which are not only technological, or it's not only the climate change that we face, but there are social, we have economic, governance, migration, we have inequalities, many. So we have to do something on this, or to combine. So we do this, all this, we work on all these SDGs through engineering, through the knowledge that we have from engineering, through the knowledge that we have as professor in the engineering school from innovation, from startup creation, from spin-off creation of the same concept you can use in order to apply social change as well. And we go toward gender equality in engineering education. Why? Because gender equality is not a woman issue. It's a human issue. It's a talent issue. It's economical issue. It's everything. You mentioned, all of you, in your presentation, that we are looking for talents, but we have 50 or 60% in Mediterranean in engineering school. Students are women, but then they are missing in the upper levels of decision making. Where are they? There is a problem. There is a gap. Especially in engineering countries, women are not missing from university or engineering schools compared to the other European countries. But then there is the ceiling. There is a glass ceiling. So where they will apply this that they learn there? Everywhere in their profession, in their life. So what we're trying to do then? We are a network. We don't have the authority to apply, to impose to the schools to do this or to do the other. But the only thing that we can do is to inspire or to catalyze formal and informal culture or institutional changes. This is what we try to do by inspiring, by catalyzing in the network, and by creating change agents and leaders for change, for social change within the engineering domain. So the most important of this is this community of practice that we create in the whole Mediterranean. And it's a community, as you know, all of you, because we are all Mediterranean, we deal with Mediterranean, it's of high diversity, which is rich, it's a research. At the same time, it's a complexity. So we speak here about the system, which is a complex system. So we learn to the students, because they're engineers, how to solve complex systems. So all this knowledge about complex systems, we can apply even in social systems, in these systems. And that's why we created within the picture that I showed you, the Living Lab or Social Lab. We call Living Social Lab, where we do all these changes, all this development of skills, all these things, collaboration, participation, co-creation, everything. We call Living Change Lab within this network. And I assure you, even though we have the COVID and everything is stopped because of the COVID, because we're a network, we meet and we move, the activities have not stopped. Because you know what happened? People, they were so inspired and they wanted to consolidate the knowledge they learned by writing papers together, collaborative papers. And so the time of COVID did not waste it. The time of COVID consolidated knowledge in this Living Lab. And this is really a very big success. And we do training. I don't like very much the word training, as the previous speaker did not like capacity, but it's training, let's say, because training is very technical. It's very technical. We don't do technical training. We do changing minds. We do new mindset. We want to create new mindset, new toolboxes, soft skills, new behaviors, new personalities. So how to close all this in the word training? But I put it there just to understand. So we have different kind of workshops organized. We have the national workshops in different countries where we have all the national stakeholders together to open a dialogue and to discuss about an issue that is around sustainable development goals, blue economy, circular economy, and gender equality. We have the institutional workshop that they're built in the institution for knowledge development. And we have the Michelangelo workshop that completely are organized by the students. Of course, we have a leader who is an actor, who is a professor, and who is a visionary man, and all of us around, that we drive them to do all this through culture and to embed this through culture. And it's amazing. It's an amazing result after this. And we have the knowledge-based workshops. So these are the type of workshops that we use. And in the knowledge base, we have conference. We have created conference before COVID and everything, but always about sustainability, bridging, always creating bridges, bridging the knowledge of sustainability, the knowledge of resilience, the knowledge of climate change with gender equality and other inequalities. All this together. Let's try intersectionally. So what do we bring, and we are proud of this, we bring a new mindset, new narratives, new toolbox, new approaches for resilience and adaptability. And all these are new skill buildings, of course, around this. So values, we're basing on values. So we want to change the thinking from self-assertive to go to integrative, from rational to intuitive, from analysis to synthesis, from the reductionist to holistic, from linear to circular. And the values that we want to embed to the young people, it's from self-assertive to integrative values and all this, from competition, the real competition, to cooperation, from quantity to quality, from domination to partnership. These are the values that with art want to really change there, because we want to change values or to develop values. And we create these soft skills, as we can see here, through theater, through all this intervention that we have, that is inspiration, intuition, self-awareness, courage, dialogue, communication, system thinking, because we are engineers, difficult problem, complex problem solving, creativity, interdisciplinarity, and transdisciplinarity. We give space for the heterodox views, because we are many cultures and then there are many heterodox views. We don't judge like in the university. In the university, there is all these fundamental comparisons. No, there is no comparison. Which country goes better, the other does not. There's no this comparison. It's co-creation, it's collaboration. And what we look, what the vision is transformation, finally. So, I mean, we want to develop these soft skills towards a transformation. And I give you here all the soft skills that we try to inspire or to create: consciousness, conviction, courage, communication, contribution, character, consideration, and all these things. So the methods, what methods we use? We use intuition. We use all the methods that we know as engineers, but we use and we boost intuition, creativity. We draw from our experience of innovation in our schools, from startups or the innovation program that we have, project and research and innovation. We draw experience from the research and innovation project, and we take always the system approach. The cognitive approach that we think that help, it's this, what I told you, the Pythagorean art-based learning. It's the game-based learning, we use games, and the spillover phenomenon that you know, all of you, because if someone sees someone to do something well and inspires, then this goes to the other. This works very much, the spillover phenomenon here. And this is a successful story. It's a successful story because we give the emphasis on common vision, values, and goals. We create a dialogue, collective learning. When we design training activities, we took a balance between practical and theoretical aspects. As I said, creativity and art. And mostly and overall, we create trust. It's very important to create trustful and emotional relations. It's very important, especially for the Mediterranean people. And then it is this what we create, this community of, it's intergeneration. We have an intergeneration objective there. You have the professor of all ages, students of 20 to 25, alumni till 30. And this is an exchange between generations. It's an exchange between cultures. It's an exchange between languages. It's an exchange between different countries. And we bring a new toolbox for this. And finally, we offer an alternative to the traditional top-down patriarchal university learning that is very common and prevailing in engineering schools. How I connect now with gender equality and blue economy. Leo Vincennes invited us in 2019 after the Michelangelo workshop that we had, that I presented to you in Roma. He had organized with this project in Civitavecchia, the Blue Economy workshop, and then we spoke for the first time about gender equality and blue economy. And okay, I don't present you because we collected many numbers, why it is important to go for gender equality in the blue economy as well. I just say it's time to sail towards gender economy here too, gender equality in the blue economy, in the seas too. Because what we're looking here, we discuss that we want to increase the scientific knowledge, we want to increase the research and skill capacity, to transfer the knowledge, but horizontally to all of this, we need to connect the blue economy with DG5, horizontally to all of this. It is a must. How to connect? By taking a systematic approach to everything, systematically. And why? Because if we can find a broader pool of talents, first of all, you discussed about this. because we need to prioritize women in ocean science, particularly marine conservation, renewable energy. In climate change, women and girls are hardest hit by the effects of climate change because we have differentiated vulnerabilities here in the climate change hazards. That's why we develop all these workshops where we discuss about vulnerabilities. And we need to respond appropriately and to boost the representation of women in science and in all levels of the society, but especially in research for blue economy, innovation, and decision-making processes at all levels. It's a must. It's a must for every sector now. And it's connected. It's very well connected. And we have this good success story, how it's connected and how can it be embedded with all the other skills. So if you want to collaborate with us, we are open to offer our knowledge on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. That was great. And I think that it's a nice message at the end of the day. So thank you very much. I really highly appreciate, and also I am very supportive. Now, since a couple of years now, I'm also a member of the board of World Organization of Women in Science, and I will be very happy to also invite you to take part of some of our events in the future. So gender equality, soft skills, values, create trust, intergenerational system, and alternative to top-down university. These are many of the keywords I heard, and I excuse if I didn't put others, but wonderful, wonderful, very rich from the Réseau Méditerranée des Écoles des Ingénieurs. Thank you very much, Professor Anastasia. Now we will move on, and I will have some questions. If somebody wants to answer from you, from also the speakers, we'll be very happy interacting also with the questions that we will put on our screen. So I ask our audience to go through this code bar and or link directly to the link that we provide you through the chat. And then we start with the questions. Okay, so question number one, and let me also, I'm linking with you too. So which sector interests you most among the following ones? Please select the options and rank them in order of preference. So you have marine, renewable energies, fisheries and aquaculture, maritime safety and security, maritime transport and ports, environmental protection, sustainable tourism. So please, which sectors you are interested most? And of course, if you could rank them in order of preferences. Okay, so we are, I'm just following the active poll, and I can see that up to now, the environmental protection is at the higher position. We have, of course, less people, but the number is getting higher. Okay, maybe I ask the audience, Alessandra, what do you think? Did you expect a response like that?
Thank you, Munir. Yes, I could bet it really, and I'm even pleased. I think it's a very important challenge that the next generation and us all as society have indeed in building again a new relation with the planet. So definitely the environmental part is, you know, a priority. For the society at all, for humankind at large, and of course also for the agendas that we are setting up. Yes.
Thank you, Yernay. Also, I think that the environment in this case was the number one, and followed by fisheries and aquaculture. So, in somehow, man is trying to domesticate also the sea by fisheries and aquaculture.
And that's why indeed the sustainable practices, are in focus at the moment. Of course, all the environmental problems related to some fishing practices, but also to aquaculture. So even in terms of our, let's say, energies and investments, we are looking indeed into these precise aspects. Of course, these are important economic sectors for the region. But indeed, all the work that we are carrying out ahead are indeed tackling these environmental and climate challenge that the region is facing. And it's not, by accident that we have indeed a green agenda. We can call it, the green part of the agenda for the oceans, in the specific case of blue economy, but indeed this is what is at the core. So to find the right balance between indeed our human activities and all the ecosystem services that we have and we benefit of, out of which our same life on Earth would be impossible. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
And sorry, just a comment.
Yes,
also marine renewable energies. Of course,
yes.
The sector is blooming and it's very promising. Up to maybe 2-3 years ago, we wouldn't have probably identified that as one of the most promising, though of course is one of which many resources are being invested, but nowadays the technological progress has been immense. And there are many, let's say, projects, in particular also for floating, wind source of energy. So we see also, quite a potential in that in the coming future. I'm just surprised now that I see that about sustainable tourism that goes last.
Yeah.
As less interesting because again it's a sector that for the region is particularly important. I would say that there is no no Mediterranean countries that doesn't build on it, and so maybe a reconsideration of the value of the sector should be done in terms of polls.
Thank you. Thank you. So let's move on and we pass to the next question, please. Okay, so let me also, okay. In your opinion, which type of modalities would you suggest for improving your job market opportunities? Select up to 3 options.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I open also the floor to you. I think recently one of the things that for the job market opportunities, there were a lot of debates about unfortunately for many of the people that they lost their job, they are not, let's say, ready to penetrate the market again because of the age. And this maybe now we need to think about also jobs that are, let's say, could satisfy some of those skills that could, let's say, be key for saving this situation, which means we should think to build capacities or developing skills of people that they can re-enter or enter to the job at any age. This is important, I think. This has been shown now also because of maybe of the pandemic situation. It's a kind of, I will not say discrimination, but it's really very hard for people to re-enter again or to penetrate again to the market because of maybe an advanced age, and maybe they don't have the right skills to fit on some of the offers. So I think that also I see here on the job training, one of the things that we are keeping doing in many countries, mise à niveau of people trying also to build their capacities while they are working. This is good. Maybe could be personal reasons, but also could be the investment of the let's say the enterprise or the institution where they are working. So please, if you have some comments on that, the floor is yours. Irnaya, Professor Anastasia.
This is
here, the internship, yes. You can see at the moment, the internship is the number one. We have 30, which is a good sampling answers. So internship and mobility program are number one as answer for improving their capacities to respond to the market labor opportunities.
You ask me, Munir, to?
Yes, I'm just thinking about
the here. Yes.
Yes, I'm just thinking why the internship and mobility program is like number one, and I think that sometimes also people after the university through a program of mobility or maybe an internship, they approach and the industry, and they will find possibility in somehow to know the professional part, so not anymore the academic part. That's why I'm just thinking why the number one is the internship, and this is maybe the answer for that.
But it is true. It is true that the internship, the mobility are the most important, because I mean they study so many years in this traditional, as I say, way of teaching and learning, and then the new challenges in most of the curricula are not embedded. I mean, all of this knowledge for the new challenges, the most of the curricula of the university, okay, there are universities now, they're changing, but they are behind. And young people or people with this of universities, they see that, I mean, the world is moving towards other issues, that they need other knowledge. So by internship and mobility, they can gain, they can be in interaction with others, they can collaborate, they exchange, they can know the different culture, different personalities, way to work together, or to take even hard skills. In my master, I had some people, it's an international, it was actually in École Centrale Marseille, where they asked me to teach here circular economy and sustainability. And there were people, there were some students that they came after a long internship. Maybe they were with a mayor. You don't imagine how much they were advanced compared to the others, because they knew they have obtained other skills and they saw other environments. And people, young people now, they, unless if they want to follow an academic career and they need to do master, PhD, and so on, research, the most of them, they want to have practical new environment, internship to change country. This is in their spirit now, and that's why they are. This is the most important. My daughter, I say some personal now. She studied in London 5 years and say that I don't want to continue, I want to work. And then maybe I will start to do other things. But now I want to be in the environment. I want to go to another country to do this. As all the students do that. So this is the new trend. And this classical way of learning in the university, not all the universities, but the most, does not bring this new breeze, because this is the breeze for the new era that's coming. The 21st century of education needs mobility, leadership, needs all the skills that they are not obtained by top-down approaches or teacher-student relation. No, they don't. We cannot obtain only from this relation. This is my opinion, and I'm very happy that they say leadership and mobility program.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we move on to the last question, I think. Okay, so your opinion, which instruments or any mechanisms may enhance the mobility and circulation of talents in the blue economy sector. Please write down just one instrument or mechanism. This is somehow to have alone at the end with some words. Science diplomacy, okay?
Munir, I have a problem now with my network, but I can manage. Okay.
Yes, we still hear you.
No, I think the problem
there is a noise.
You sound like from science fiction, Munir.
Exactly, yes, there is a noise behind.
I hope you're not in the future and you're still with us.
Like you are in the Mars and you are coming from there, your voice.
Count down, yeah, to finish the session. Okay, so there are cooperation, science diplomacy, partnerships. Even this morning, there were also similar questions, and one of the things that raised out was also the financial instrument, okay? So I think that's also important. Usually we say that people know you have money, but you don't have programs. Sometimes it happens, but most of the time, you have good ideas, you have a nice program, but they don't have your financial support. So maybe the financial instrument and mechanism will be also the key for this question. Okay, if you want to comment on that, I think there are a lot of words here, partnership, utilities, cooperation, instrument, I see even gender equality, of course, traineeship, again, partnership, funding, okay, this one, financial, science diplomacy. Okay, so I think that, in my opinion, aside, of course, the financial instruments that there are many of them, particularly from the European Commission, for many reasons, also for the interests they have for our citizens and institutions. We have, of course, some financial instruments.
We definitely have an issue with the sound.
Yes.
With your sound, and we are mostly at the end of our session. Maybe I will just replace you for the very last minute, because really, I don't know what is happening. We will check with the technicians for tomorrow for everything to be okay.
Okay.
So maybe I will just ask the panelists if you want to react to these words which are shown up. Let's see if everybody has a good sound.
Yeah, I think I paid attention to Munir, and I can just recap what he said. It sounds like economic opportunities, be that in form of grants, funding, scholarship. I mean, these are the keywords that appear, but that seems to be really an instrument or like the key vector for people to enact or to make something concrete, which is what they want to go on these mobilities. And I would agree with them. It's of course an important tool. You can't just act as though it's not an important thing how you finance something. But it just made me think these answers in relation to the answers to the first question, which I thought was really interesting. So a lot of people want to work towards environmental conservation, and they would be willing to do that pretty much anywhere, or they're after this. So we have a systemic problem or issue or a gap of creating incentives and funding for these people to work in areas where we think are A, important, and B, they would accomplish themselves. And I think this might be one of the, perhaps my conclusions from this panel, is that I believe we have covered a lot of themes among the three of us, but that's just the puzzle that I think is there for all of us to reflect on how to overcome the aspiration and the policy goal of conservation, environmental protection, obviously that also being mainstreamed with other sectors, and the fact that this is an activity that doesn't finance itself. So we either have to have a lot of public funding being channeled into environmental protection, or create some of the business opportunities that go back into just halting growth or nourishing and nurturing and cherishing what we already have, rather than adding more to the seas. That seems to me to be quite a challenge.
Thank you, Erneia. Alessandra wants
Yeah,
to...
let me add actually a few words on what Erneia just mentioned, and actually, I can't agree more. But what I would also like to add is that what is very important of this historical phase is actually the green transition, which is a blue transition as well. So it's a completely different way of thinking our society and most of all our economic model. And that rethought and rearranged, meaning that, a lot in terms of implication, even, in the way we use our resources, including the fiscal resources, just to mention some, that would induce a multiplier effect, so that it's not just environment per se, and this is how I read personally, actually, the very first reply. It's not just environment as such. Environment has to be mainstreamed in everything. We are late as society in this, absorption. It's something we have been talking about for the past 30 years at least, but it's just happening now. So I think that actually will create plenty of opportunities. So it's not a matter of finding resources for something that doesn't produce resources, but actually is the contrary, because it will generate resources itself if structured in a different manner. But I'll just conclude with this, and it will be a pleasure to talk for hours of this very interesting topic, which is indeed the challenge of our century. Yeah.
Can I say something near here?
Yes, please.
I think that we somehow, by putting these keywords, we exclude the concept of systemic approach, because all this is system. We speak about environmental protection, and then we exclude the tourism because we see that tourism is something else, but there is environmental impact because of the tourism. So it's systemic. So we have to see more with the systemic lens, all these things. And opportunities, of course, we need opportunities. And they include opportunities, everything. They include collaboration, they include co-creation, partnership, and all this. So to have a systemic approach, I think it is the way, I think, to see things. Otherwise, it's like how can I say, we see the part and we try from the part to 1 + 1 is 2, but in the system, in the complexity that we live, it's not 2. There are the interrelations there. There are the interactions of the parts. So this approach for me, I mean, it's the most that is missing in all these issues.
Thank you very much. I guess, yes, Munir is no longer with us. We have this technical issues. But well, thank you so much. We would be so happy if you could join us tomorrow from 10 o'clock onwards, from 10 to 13 in the morning, through the same link. And we will share about very concrete projects and on good and best practices. So we'll go deep into specific projects. So thank you very much, and see you tomorrow. And thank you to the 3 panelists. So it's an all-woman panel, so it's great. We're talking about gender equality.
With gender equality,
absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you very much to you and to everybody. Really, it was a pleasure.
But it's very nice. It's a very successful workshop. Very interesting. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you all. Goodbye.